And state ready?
State is ready.
Defense ready?
That's ready.
Mr. Medina, we have all jurors present.
Yes.
Go ahead and read the message.
All right, to the jury.
Don't forget Mike's counsel.
Get it down right now.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Everyone in, maybe seated. Good morning. Like I said, yesterday we're likely to go until about 5:30 today at the latest, and we'll have a lunch break. I'll just say this at the appropriate time. We'll see where we're at with the witnesses at that time. Mr. Alanis, you want to call your next witness, sir?
Your Honor, the state calls John Henry Bradshaw.
Says not. Good morning, sir. Can you raise your right hand? Can you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're going to give you in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You may take.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Isidro Alanis. I am the district attorney for Webb and Zapata, and I will be asking you some questions this morning, okay?
Yes, sir.
Just do me the favor of scooting up, speaking into the mic, loud and clear, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is John Henry Bradshaw.
And how are you employed?
I work for the Texas Department of Public Safety as a trooper
How long have you been a trooper?
since September 11th of 2016, about 6 years.
6 years.
Yes, sir.
Are you certified by the state of Texas
Yes, sir.
as a peace officer?
Yes, sir.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities?
Currently, we enforce traffic and license of weight, emergency management, combat terrorism, cross investigations, DWIs, stuff like that.
And where are you assigned?
Currently in Laredo.
Now, were you assigned in Laredo back on September the 15th of 2018?
Yes, sir, I was.
Go ahead and if you can take us back to that day and tell the jury what happened while you were on duty.
We were on a special operation at the time, Operation Secure Texas, which is a border operation. And throughout that operation, we had immediately received a text message from our chain of command stating that we were to abandon Operation Secure Texas and to go into the city to assist in a bolo of looking for Juan David Ortiz.
When you say BOLO,
Yes.
please explain that to the jury.
BOLO is an acronym for Be on the Lookout.
So, more or less, at what time would this have occurred?
I would say it's been a few years, but I would say approximately 10:30 when we first got the message.
So, what were the contents of the BOLO?
In the bolo, we had the license plate for Juan David Ortiz, along with his driver license photo.
When you receive a BOLO, are there any other advisories or information or warnings on that BOLO?
Yes, depending on the circumstances. In this circumstance, they said to be careful because he was possibly armed and dangerous.
And what does that change things for you as a trooper?
Yes, it heightens the level of safety and precaution and training that we use on the particular subject.
Do you remember who issued the bolo?
Initially, it was from Texas Ranger E.J. Salinas, and then it came through our chain of command from Captain Lieutenant on down.
All right, so let's fast forward a little bit into that evening. Explain, ladies and gentlemen, jury, what you were doing in the execution of your duties.
Yes, so once we got the bolo to be on the lookout to go look for Juan David Ortiz, I used my training experience based on the facts that I knew at the time and the type of women he was targeting. So I went to the area in Laredo where these women would hang out, and I was patrolling that area. As I was going south on San Bernardo, I looked over to my left and I see the white Dodge pickup that matched the description of possibly Juan David Ortiz's vehicle. I made a left onto Jefferson into the parking lot. I pulled up behind the white Dodge vehicle. I confirmed the license plate. I ran it in my in-car mobile CAD. It did come back to Juan David Ortiz. I saw Juan David Ortiz exit the vehicle, and I knew it was him based on the driver license photo. And he entered the convenience store. I wrapped around to pretend to pump gas, and I called for backup immediately.
You remember more or less at what time this?
I do not recollect exact time.
How about an approximate time? Is it 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock?
Probably close to midnight, a little before or after.
Okay. So you actually see him. You explain it to the jury. You catch a glimpse of him from his back walking in.
No, as I'm going southbound on San Bernardo, I'm glimpsing, scanning side to side, and I see a white Dodge pickup that matches it. I pull into Jefferson to get into the parking lot. And then as I'm running the plates, I see him exit the passenger vehicle, and he's facing me, not directly, but facing me enough for me to see his face as he was walking into the store.
So you take a position near the gas pumps.
Yes, sir.
Being that you received that advisory on the armed and dangerous, what actions, if any, do you take?
For us, per training, we take the highest level so that it becomes a felony stop.
And what is a felony stop?
A felony stop is anybody that's committed a felony or higher that's likely to endanger us. So we take extra precaution.
And what are those extra precautions?
Once we are able to see the subject, we give him commands to put his hands in the air, to turn around, to put him in a position of disadvantage, to get him on his knees or on his stomach, and then we'll try to take him into custody.
That was your plan.
Yes.
As part of your felony stop procedures, what type of force are you going to initially utilize?
Initially, just command, passive.
Okay, it's verbal?
Yes, it's verbal.
Do you deploy any of your tools, weapons?
In the beginning, no.
So at this point in time, where is your sidearm?
It's in my holster.
And based on your training and experience, at what point in time are you going to take out your sidearm and point it at a subject?
Only when possibly deadly force is authorized.
In this particular case, did you ever, any time, take out your sidearm towards and point it at Mr. Ortiz?
The sidearm, no. I deployed my AR style rifle that was issued to me.
Okay. So you back me up then.
Yes, sir.
Back up. How did you then explain to the jury how you got your rifle?
So once I pulled into the gas station, just because I knew I parked a great ways away, a rifle is better used for a longer distance just in case anything were to happen. So as I parked, I deployed my AR rifle and I got a position of advantage and waited for backup.
At this point in time, where is the subject?
He's in the convenience store.
Does your backup already arrive while he's in there?
It takes him about I would say maybe 10 seconds most. He arrives. I inform him where he's at and that this is his vehicle. He's inside the store.
All right. So walk us through what happened.
So at that point, I go back to my position advantage, and Trooper Obregon gets ready. He's preparing to get his sidearm as well. Then Juan David Ortiz exit the vehicle, and as soon as he exits, I give him commands to put his hands in the air and to turn around.
Oh, you said vehicle. You mean store?
Yes, as he exited the store. Sorry. And as he exited the store, I give him commands to put his hands in the air and to turn around.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, what does Ortiz do when he sees you and when you give him these initial verbal?
At first, he questions. He says, "Well, why were you there? What's going on?" I give him commands again to put his hands in the air and to turn around. He's questioning again. What's the reason for it? At this point, me and my partner are speaking over each other. My partner asked me to not speak so he can negotiate or to speak with Juan David Ortiz. So I lowered my voice so he can speak with him clearly so we wouldn't talk over each other.
And what is your partner doing?
He's trying to de-escalate at the time and get him to comply, and he's informing him of the reason why we are there and why we're looking for him.
What is Ortiz doing all this time?
He's kind of backtracking. At one point, he starts patting himself down and we're telling him, "Hey, don't back up, turn around," and then eventually he turns around and takes off running southbound towards Jefferson.
So when you first encounter him, he doesn't stand still. He's moving.
No, he's fidgeting. He's moving around.
At this point in time, do you see a weapon?
No, but I'm conscious since it was armed and dangerous, and then based on my training experience, he was patting himself, possibly looking for something, and that heightened it.
Non-responsive narrative.
Okay, ask the next question. Wait for the next question.
Wait for the question. He runs
Yes,
southbound
southbound towards Jefferson.
along the expressway.
No, he southbound towards Jefferson, then eastbound on Jefferson, and then southbound on the frontage.
So he runs on Jefferson towards the access road.
Yes,
That would be San Dario.
yes, San Dario.
And then south towards the hotel.
Yes, and then west on Constantinople, and then south on San Bernardo.
What do you do at this time? I mean, are you behind him or telling him?
Yes, at the time, as soon as he runs for me, I immediately chase after him. I'm on foot, chasing him with my rifle. He gets down, so we go down Jefferson, then we go down the front Santa Ursula, I believe it's called. And then once we turn onto Constantinople, I transition from my rifle to my taser to try to get him to stop. I deployed my taser twice, but it was ineffective due to the distance between us.
And he gets away from you.
He gets away.
What at this point, if anything, do you do?
So we continue on the foot chase, and then we go down San Bernardo. As we're going down San Bernardo, I see him take a sharp left into an open area. At that point, I come to a stop. Based on our training, we cut the pie. We don't take 90-degree angles by ourselves or abruptly, just for safety purposes. So I waited for my partner to cut that pie. That's what we call turning the corner.
So when you get to that 90-degree turn on San Bernardo and Constantinople, you don't take that. You don't walk around that corner.
And yes, on that one, down Constantinople, we go down San Bernardo. He goes into an open area to possibly a parking garage or a fenced area. At that 90-degree angle, we took it together.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked.
States Exhibit 19.
Yes, sir.
You familiar with this DVD?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a DVD footage video of the Stripes and Jefferson Corner interaction.
Okay. Have you viewed the contents of this DVD?
Yes, I have.
And do the contents accurately depict what's contained within the DVD?
Yes, sir, it does.
And does it accurately depict the events that you were involved in on September the 15th of 2018?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what is this right here?
That's my initials in cursive, JB.
Okay.
That was 18, right?
That is correct. This
You're
is 19.
19. You're offering it?
Yes, offering it. States 19. It's the Stripes Jefferson video.
States Exhibit
19.
19 will be admitted to.
Can we publish it, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. 19. Okay, so what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the surveillance video from the Stripes parking lot.
And please indicate when you appear, if you appear on the screen.
Yes, sir.
And also, please indicate if Mr. Ortiz appears on the screen.
Yes, sir. That's me initially going northbound on 35.
That's northbound on
I
San Bernardo.
mean, northbound on San Bernardo. Correction, sorry.
Give us a heads up when you're gonna pull them.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, with court permission and the agreement by defense, can we fast forward to the relevant?
If there's no objection,
Okay, no,
then you may.
Sit there.
Okay. Now if you could walk us through.
Yes. So after reviewing this video, that it's Juan David Ortiz's white Dodge pickup pulling in, and shortly after I pass southbound on San Bernardo. It should be coming up pretty soon.
If you could speak into the mic loudly.
Oh, sorry. So Juan David Ortiz's vehicle has already pulled in. That's my vehicle at the light. I just turned westbound onto Jefferson, and I'm pulling into the gas station parking lot.
What are you doing right here?
Right here, I'm pulling up behind them to determine if the license plates match. So I'm running them in my mobile CAT system. At that same time, I'm seeing Juan David Ortiz exit his vehicle and walk into the store.
Let's see. He didn't turn and look at you?
Not that I noticed. I think he was just focused on entering the store. And then I pulled into the gas station to pretend to pump gas while I called for immediate backup.
Does he in fact enter the store?
Yes, he does.
What are you doing at this time?
I'm preparing my DPS AR rifle and taking a position of advantage on the opposite side of my engine block, pointed at the store. And Trooper Obregon just pulled up.
So everybody will know what's going on?
Yes, and then
And now what's happening here?
Juan David Ortiz just exited the vehicle. As soon as he exited, I told him to put his hands in the air to turn around.
Exited the store.
What was that?
He exited the store.
Yes, he exited the store. While we're giving him these commands, he was questioning us, asking what's going on, what's happening. I believe he stated he didn't know what was going on. We tried to give him commands, and we saw him slowly stepping to the left. And then, as Trooper Obigon's giving him commands after I allowed him to speak, he informs them of the reason why we're there and why we're looking for him. And then shortly after, he turns and takes off running. And there. And then me and Trooper Obigon chase after him.
What trooper was running first there? Was that you?
Depending on your advantage, I'm the one on the left. Trooper Obigon is the one on the right. And eventually, I take the lead.
You passed up over there?
Yes.
Did you have your body cam deployed?
I did have my body cam, but it was eventually knocked off by my AR. When we went back to look for it, the Stripes employee that you just saw on the screen informed us that the 18-wheeler tanker had ran over it and it was destroyed.
18-wheeler ran over your
Yes, sir.
camera.
Yes, I believe you watched the rest of the video. You can see the 18-wheeler pull up.
What about Javier?
His body cam was working and it was eventually submitted.
Can we approach? Donna?
Yes. The witness? Okay. The bench?
No, it's changed.
Sorry. Date exhibit 18 will be.
Yes, I got that.
So when he takes a left on San Bernardo, is he in your sight?
After the pursuit, like the final left onto something else, is that what you're asking? Yes, he's in my sight.
Do you turn the corner and see him run up the ramp?
I do not. At that point, I wait based on my tactical training. Like I said, we cut the pie as a team, and I waited for Trooper to be gone.
So is there another structure before the parking lot ramp?
Yes, so directly next to that parking garage ramp, there's a fence, and that goes into, I believe it was an abandoned property at the time.
So there's two possibilities of where he's at.
Exactly.
And you hold off
Yes.
for backup.
Yes, sir.
Approach.
Yes, sir.
For Bradshaw,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you this USB that's marked as States Exhibit 20.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with this USB?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know you're familiar with it?
It was shown to me, and I verified the contents of it, and I initialed it.
These are your initials?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what are the contents of this
Uh,
USB?
It's an aerial view of the route of the foot pursuit we had.
Okay, it's the satellite view
Yes.
of the actual route that you took,
Yes.
which will assist the jury
In-
in your location in Laredo, Webb County, Texas.
Yes, sir.
No objection.
And that's exhibit 20, sir?
Yes, sir.
You're offering exhibit
Operating States Exhibit 20,
It will be
permission to publish.
admitted to evidence at this time. You may go.
Judge, with the court's permission, can Trooper Bradshaw approach the screen to show?
You may, sir. You would have a,
You have a pointer?
it's either one here and bring mine.
You can even draw on the screen.
You want to find out which one, please? Oh, you can. Take it now. You can step in here. Up to 14. So, wait.
I got this laser pointer. It looks like it does work, Your Honor.
Oh, there you go.
You see this?
Yeah.
It's a red button. Can you
Or you want to come around this way?
come over here?
Trooper. Trooper, come over here, please.
Yeah.
And point the laser. It's fine with the angle. More or less. Right here. This is the sweet spot right here. Okay. Stand right here. Okay. If you can please show the jury where we're at and orient us to your locations.
So this is the eventual layout of the foot pursuit, but this right here is San Bernardo and Jefferson, and this is the stripes where I encountered Juan David Ortiz.
Is that red dot coming out?
Yes.
I'm not seeing it. Okay.
We don't see it.
You don't see it?
It's on the top.
Not projected on.
Oh, they can't see.
Yeah, 'cause I can't see it either.
Yeah.
If you need to step up here, sir,
Yeah.
you can come this way. Please, you need to step up forward here. I don't know. If they are, I don't know from this later. It might be from the buttons on the back. There you go.
Yes, so this is San Bernardo and Jefferson, and this is the stripes where I encountered Juan David Ortiz.
Okay. Okay, just describe the streets first of all the streets that
The route that he took.
yes.
So this is gonna be Jefferson, down Frontage Road, Santa Ursula, and then Constantinople, and then back on to San Bernardo. And this is eventually the area that we're talking about where we didn't know if we went up the ramp or the abandoned property.
Can you orient us as to north, south, east, and west?
Yes. So from the stripes, we went on to Jefferson. We went eastbound, and then we went southbound onto Santa Ursula Frontage Road, and then went westbound onto Constantinople, and then back southbound on San Bernardo, where he took another left eastbound, but not exactly sure if we went up the ramp or to the abandoned property.
Where's I-35 on this photo?
This is IH-35, and this is his frontage road.
That's this is a probably a better view.
Yes.
Please indicate to us the streets again.
So this is going to be San Bernardo and Jefferson.
When you spot Ortiz's vehicle, what direction are you traveling when you see it?
I'm traveling southbound, and then I
You look to the left.
I take a left onto Jefferson from San Bernardo and pull into the parking lot right here in this direction.
Where was his vehicle parked?
In one of these two parking spots over here.
Okay. Okay, where does this show us now?
So this was at the intersection of Jefferson and Santa Ursula, or Frontage Road. Then we continue on southbound until we hit the intersection of Santa Ursula, Frontage Road, and
When you say
Constantinople.
we continue, are you indicating the foot?
Yes, we're continuing on in the food pursuit. I'm still chasing after him.
So show me with the route of the path you're taking.
So here we're running either, I don't know exactly where he's at, but I'm running on the highway down the street southbound, and then I take this right hand turn Constantinople.
All
And
right,
then-
show us.
Sorry.
Continue on.
And then as we're coming down Constantinople, about halfway, I try to deploy my taser twice to no avail. I switch back to my AR rifle, and then we both make this turn from Constantinople to San Bernardo southbound. And then as we approach this open area, I didn't know what it was at the time, but the garage or abandoned property, he takes a sharp left.
Yes, but when you take that left, there on that corner,
Yeah.
you lose sight of him for a few seconds.
No, I'm still behind him. I lose sight of him shortly after he makes this turn.
But when
Because he has about like 20 feet on me. So when he makes that turn, I lose sight of him as he's turning, and I'm catching up.
Earlier, you testified that there was a fence that you weren't sure if he would have jumped into a property or gone up the ramp. Where would that fence have been?
Directly next to the parking garage. So as the parking garage goes up, that fence goes all along its border.
The abandoned property that you made reference to, where is it on this video?
It's this abandoned property. I believe it's the whole thing, but this is where I suspect that he may have jumped this fence into this area.
And was that area lit?
No, it was dark.
It was abandoned.
Yeah.
And there's it looks like, well, there's a bunch of trees in there. It's a dark
A
place.
bunch of trees, leftover junk, stuff like that. So it was hard to see. The only thing that was lit was the parking ramp.
So at that point in time, you make the decision not to pursue into the abandoned property or the ramp. You
Yeah.
wait for.
Yes, just for the fear of we bypassing him and he ends up behind us.
Okay, what are we seeing here then? That was the last image of the ramp.
It was the ramp all the way to the platform, and then it goes into the parking garage.
Okay, thank you. I asked you if your partner, Javier Obregon, also had a body cam.
Yes, sir.
He did.
Yes, sir.
Are you on that body cam?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 21.
Have you viewed this video?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and what does this video depict?
The events that happened that night between me, Drew Obregon, and Juan David Ortiz.
Including video and audio of your commands
Yes, sir.
to Juan David Ortiz
Yes, sir.
from the vantage point of officer to subject.
Yes, sir.
The witness subject to the body cam is going to testify afterwards, so the conditional admissibility, we have no objection. Conditional upon him testifying? Yes, sir. So, State Exhibit 21 is admitted into evidence. You walk inside? Yeah. 3845, I'm with Bradshaw. Any contact?
Whose voice is that?
That's my voice.
What did you just say?
I asked him to put his hands in the air and to turn around.
You're screaming these commands.
Yes, sir.
Hands up, turn around.
Yeah.
What's he doing at this moment?
Kind of shocked I would say at the time, and just kind of like fidgeting.
Stop right there. Stop. Is this your truck? Okay. All right. Turn around. Get on your knees. Turn around. I'll explain to you right now. Turn around. Okay. I'm going to explain to you. Okay, Bradshaw, I'm going to do the talking.
Whose voice is it?
That's Trooper Obi-Wan.
What is the response that Ortiz said?
What was that?
It's your Ortiz's response?
Eventually he said, I don't know what's going on. I believe he says I'm scared or something like that.
I want you to listen
Yeah.
to his response. Can we open it another player because this format is not responding? Take us a second.
Yes, of course. Stop right there. Stop. Is this your truck? Okay. All right. Turn around. Get on your knees. Turn around. I'll explain to you right now. Turn around. Okay. I'm going to explain to you. Okay, Bradshaw, I'm going to do the talking. All right. Sir, we got a positive ID with some. This truck right here is matching with the potential, with the murders that's been happening within the past 2 weeks. We want to do an interview. We want to do some questioning. We just need for you to cooperate with us, okay? All right, fine. Make my way. Just turn around and make my way this way, okay? Turn around. Just turn around. Please. Turn around. Okay.
Where are you in relation to over there going right now?
I'm in front of him.
You're in front of him.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and taking off on foot.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's happening right here?
So we're making our final turn onto San Bernardo, and I see Juan David Ortiz quite a distance ahead of me, and then he'll finally make this left turn to that abandoned property garage platform area.
Is that you in the front with a light on your?
On my rifle, yes.
You have a light on your right.
Yes, sir.
It's on.
Yes.
What's up? Where's he at?
Oh, got it. Here, how are you? Okay, bro, I got it. No, bro, you want that here? He's in here.
Okay, one's pointing his flashlight at that bench, right?
Yes, sir.
You've gone into that abandoned property,
Yes, sir.
and you were already thinking of going up that ramp.
Yes, we were indecisive at that moment.
Being these both scenarios, what do you all decide to do?
I make the call to block up that block, and we quarantine. I mean, not quarantine. We surround that area with local PD until we can clear both areas.
What law enforcement agencies responded? Was it Laredo PD or Webb County Sheriff's?
It was Laredo PD, Webb County Sheriff's Office, DPS, and then eventually the Texas Rangers.
Wait.
That's the abandoned property.
Yes, sir.
It looks like it's unkept with tall grass.
Yeah, and we knew at the time it was unlivable.
Remember the weather that night?
Initially, it was pretty dry, and then I would say before we made entry, it started to rain.
Started to rain.
Yes.
We got it, bro. Yeah, he's right here. He's in here, bro.
Well, Regon's convinced he's in that property.
Yes.
He's in here, bro. Yeah. Hold on. He's in here, bro. He's in here. We don't know. After we lost him when he did the corner, he's gonna be on this right here, on this section right here. We need a unit on that side, bro. Yeah, they're turning that back. No, I'm good with this one, bro. Ready?
Where's last light is on?
Right here. On this corner right here. That's where we stop. You made it all the way up, so you gotta be in this.
This is what I want y'all to do. I want y'all to stay right here. I'm gonna go up top. Careful.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Somebody lock that area.
Hey, you don't see! Come out! Police! What's up?
Who's screaming those words?
That's Trooper Lyons.
Super Lion?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm good. Cover me? I want to see some. Yes. beat, bro. He could have made it all the way over there.
Got anything in that gas up there?
No, nothing, bro.
Okay. In the interest of time and economy here, how long is this search take place to cover and secure and clear all these areas?
I would say about 2.5 hours.
So two and a half hours, you're clearing, you're securing, doing all this.
Yeah.
Eventually, does it lead to the apprehension?
Yes, it does.
Do you personally enter the building with the SWAT team?
Yes, I do.
Permission to approach? Yes. This is State Exhibit 18.
We already have an 18.
Okay, well then this you're familiar with this anyway, right?
Yes.
It has your initials.
Yes, with my initials.
Okay, very good. Then that's better.
That's enough.
That was 18.
That is 18, Ron. That's been added.
Yes.
Ron, in the interest of time and economy, if we can fast forward to the relevant point.
No, I think in the person, you may.
Real quick, what's going on here with the information?
So we're just collecting the information that we had because everybody has different pieces of information, and so we're coming together and we're coming up with a pretty much game plan. And Webb County SO offered the SWAT team, and then DPS volunteered to go in with them.
Pause. Can you identify who we have here?
Yes, it's Texas Ranger Salinas on the far right. I don't know exactly who the Laredo PD officer is. Captain Galarone from Webb County. I don't know exactly the other officer from Webb County is. And it's Trooper Obi-Wan, and then more Webb County personnel.
Okay, so you have the two lead investigators on site, which is Captain Fred Calderon and Texas Ranger E.J. Salinas.
Yes, sir.
Let me go with this here. Nah, what?
When I was doing the cement, you're like, let me get some cement. Yeah. I was doing something private, maybe. This building was a mess. So now there's a gap that you put up on the last one because we're already having, and we were.
Hey, give me 4 people right now, going that way, follow those.
We'll check those places that you guys are at. We're gonna check those places. What do you guys for saying?
At this point in time, what decision's been made?
We determined that the abandoned property was clear and that we were going to move over to the parking garage.
You begin to enter the ramp
Yes, sir. All the way up, and we're going to clear floor by floor.
4x4. All right. Can you see yourself on this video?
Yeah, it's on the far left one right there, in front of Trooper Obegon.
Do you remember the name of the hotel at this time?
It changes names, but I believe at the time it was called the Ava Hotel.
Ava or
Yeah.
Ava?
Yeah, AVA.
AV. What side are you on, Trooper?
So I'm on this left side. From the body cam is Trooper Obegon, and I'm right in front of him.
Left side. If I'm looking at it, where are you?
I'm on the right side. So it's Trooper Obegon, and then me. I'm the second person in front.
You're holding up the rifle?
No, I'm the third.
Third.
Yeah, sorry. I'm counting from the body cam.
Trooper, what is your understanding or impression as far as of him being armed at this time?
We still believe he's armed and dangerous.
Slow down. Let me get up.
What's going on here? What are we seeing?
So The lead group is clearing the vast majority of the parking garage, and SWAT commander took the last personnel and asked if he can clear all these little cracks in between these cars just to make sure he wasn't hiding underneath or behind a car.
You're looking in between, underneath, and around cars and in the
Yes,
cracks.
yes, sir.
Where are we at this point in time?
We're on the fourth floor, about to clear it.
This is the top floor?
Um, don't recollect if it's top floor or not, but I believe it's the fourth floor.
Is that the truck?
Yes, that's the truck we ended up finding Juan David Ortiz laying in the bed of.
I'm gonna post it.
You witness it.
I'll show you what's been marked as sensitive 22.
This is fairly and accurately depict the image on that day,
Yes, sir.
and that's the way you saw it on that day.
Yes.
No, you're on the 22.
You're offering it.
I'm offering it.
If it's exhibit 22, they made it exhibits. questions, please?
Trooper Bradshaw.
I'm sorry. Yes, Bradshaw. You testified for that suppression?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And in the video you heard, I think Obregon asked Mr. Ortiz, is this your pickup?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Ortiz answered, yeah.
Yes.
Took ownership, possession, he asserted his interest in the pickup.
Yes.
He didn't abandon it.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, he didn't say, no, that's not my truck. But he didn't say that.
I would characterize it differently.
I'm asking, did he say, no, that's not my truck?
No, he did not.
Okay. And aside from the things that we saw in the video right now, what other, we know it continues, this video.
Yes.
And what participation other than what was on the video did you take? Did you go back to the truck?
I did not.
Okay. Well, tell me what you did after this.
So after this, we were able to get him in handcuffs. I get an order from Ranger Salinas for me to go get my unit so I could transport him. But I guess I took too long, so Webb County brought up a transport unit up, and they took possession of him. And then after that, I made my way to the Webb County substation.
We know that your unit, if you will, was down back at the convenience store, correct?
Yes.
And when you went back down there, did you happen to see any activity around the pickup of the white dog?
Honestly, I do not recall. I went back to get my unit, to get my rifle and my vest. So that's why I went back. I wasn't paying attention to that.
To get your rifle and your vest?
Yes.
Okay, but that's to go back up and continue.
Yes. So to get my vehicle, to move it closer so I can suit up, get my helmet, vest, and rifle.
Okay. And so when kind of like you're going to leave the scene, is your unit over by the convenience store?
Yes.
At that moment in time, did you see any activity around the white dog?
Honestly, I do not recall, but I'm sure there was. Somebody was probably towing that vehicle. Somebody was probably towing that vehicle.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you. Just real quick,
Mr. Pettis here, the attorney, was asking you about his response saying that yes, this is right.
Yes.
Ortiz claimed ownership of his vehicle and did not abandon his vehicle.
Yes.
You began to answer, you were cut off,
Yes.
that you would characterize it differently.
Yes.
Explain why it's characterized differently.
The reason why I would characterize it differently is because even though he claimed ownership of that vehicle, he completely turned away and ran the opposite direction. So had he followed directions and just complied, it would have been a different scenario. So him running away from us and the location of his vehicle, I characterize as abandonment.
Abandonment.
Yes.
And that's what, in your training and experience,
Yes.
he abandoned his vehicle.
Yes.
And therefore abandoned his rights to that vehicle.
Yes.
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. This is not qualified to answer that question.
No further questions.
The same question you asked.
It's exactly the same question.
Overruled.
So he abandoned his rights to that vehicle.
Answer, Your Honor.
Okay.
Nothing further.
You may sit down.
Thank you.
You'll call your next witness, sir.
State Call Trooper Javier Obregon.
You're in the same oath you took yesterday, sir. Good morning. Yes, sir. Yes. The witness has been privy to court.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Mitchell Anís. I'm the DA in Webb and Zapata. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, sir. It's Abiel Alejandro Obregon
And how are you employed, sir?
with Texas DPS.
How long?
Close to 8 years, sir. 7 years to be exact. I'm sorry.
Are you certified peace officer?
Yes, sir, I am.
What are your duties, sir, as a state trooper?
To execute the mission of the department, sir, to protect and serve Texas and its citizens.
Now, I want to direct your attention back to September the 15th, 2018. Do you remember that day, sir?
Yes, sir.
Were you on duty that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay, tell the jury what you were doing that day. Were you on duty in the morning or in the evening?
It was evening, routine patrol on 35. Me and Bradshaw were working nearby from each other on 35. And that's when we received a text stating the details of what the mission was, or what we were supposed to do.
Would that be a bolo, sir?
Yes, sir.
What was in that bolo, sir?
That bolo, that text message was a bolo, and it contained information regarding Ortiz. It had his picture from his DL, his driver's license from Texas. It had the 28, which is the license plate. I can't recall the license, but I do know, if I'm not mistaken, it was a DV plate. And the make and model of the vehicle as well. Also, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Also within the text, there was it did say possibly armed and dangerous, if I'm not mistaken.
You Ortiz in the courtroom today?
I do, sir. He's right there.
Can you please point him out an article of clothing he's wearing?
Black suit, burgundy tie, and gray shirt.
Okay. Fast forward a little bit in the evening that time. But did you eventually encounter Ortiz?
I did, sir. Yes, sir. Outside the
Tell us
shop.
about that.
I did encounter him. I was patrolling San Bernardo. Bradshaw went over the DPS radio and advised that he made contact with the vehicle that matched the vehicle that was described on text. I make his location. I was maybe a block away from him. I get there within 15 seconds, maybe even less. I park my unit in front of Trooper Bradshaw's unit. My unit is right behind, I'd say 15, 20 yards behind Ortiz's white Dodge Ram pickup truck. DB plates, it did match. I get off. Trooper Bradshaw does say, "Hey, that's Ortiz." So I saw him get off the vehicle and going into the gas station. At that point, we decided to rally in behind my unit, and then that's when Mr. Ortiz came out of the store.
Did you have your dash camera deployed that night?
Dash camera was on, sir. Yes, sir.
The last exhibit is 22 that's been admitted. So the next one will be 23.
Approach him.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23 and ask you if you're familiar with this CD.
I am sure. I did initial it on the top left.
Have you had the opportunity to view the contents of the CD?
I did, sir.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the video from that evening of your dash cam?
Yes, sir. 100%.
Okay. No objection. The 23.
Permission to publish, John?
Well, first of all,
Oh, you move to offer, John?
exhibit 22 will be admitted to the time. You may publish it.
Thank you, John.
You'll be able to observe from the screen.
Okay.
Do us a favor, Trooper,
Yes, sir.
as the video plays, you can just tell us what's going on and your location.
100%, sir.
There in Laredo.
Yes, sir. Like I said, we're patrolling the downtown area right there.
Move the mic up to you.
Yeah.
Speak loud.
We're right there. I'm patrolling downtown Laredo. That's a SO unit right there, passes by. I believe this is like maybe a minute and 45 seconds before I make contact with Trooper Bradshaw. That is San Bernardo. Yeah, that's San Bernardo. I'm heading southbound to San Bernardo. Right there, like I said, we're looking for the vehicle.
That's your mission right now.
Yes, sir. Looking for the that's the mission right there. We're looking for the vehicle. We're looking for Ortiz.
What are the weather conditions? It's like white.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a mess going on right there. It did rain afterwards. It did rain. It was, but right there it's just it was just a little bit of drizzle. Still patrolling. I'm right behind the SO unit right there. Shortly afterward, Trooper Bradshaw will go on the radio and advise that he's located the vehicle.
Why are you on San Bernardo, of all places?
If I remember correctly, sir, if I recall, the text message did say, "Hey, go patrol that area of the city."
Were you aware of the people that were being targeted?
No, sir. Right there, you can see where I step on the gas right there. He's already dispatched. That he's made contact with the vehicle. And that's where he's at. That's where I make his location. That's Trooper Bradshaw right there. Right there, I see Ortiz's white pickup truck right there, sir.
There was no cars over right in front of the truck. There was parking available in the front of the door, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
He has parked at the far left,
Yes, sir. Right behind right in front of the garbage disposal.
the dumpster.
Yes, sir. The dumpster.
happening here? What are you doing?
I advised comms and the other troopers around the area that I'm the Trooper Bradshaw making contact. That's when I get off the vehicle, and that's when Trooper Bradshaw describes Mr. Ortiz going inside the strip store.
When you say making contact, what does that mean in this image?
Arriving on scene to where the traffic is located. To that's the objective, was to find that vehicle and find Ortiz, and that's what we
By
did.
traffic, what does that mean? The traffic is located. I mean, can you explain to me what that means?
What the mission is, our job, our duty, and the job that night was to locate Ortiz, which is what we did.
When you say traffic on site, making contact, that means you spotted Ortiz.
Yes, sir. Maybe 10 seconds pass by, and then that's when Ortiz comes out of the gas station, and then that's when we engage with him.
We've already. What's the other thing? I'm going to show you what's already been admitted. You were the other trooper paired up with Bradshaw, and your body cam was in fact operable, right?
Yes, sir.
And you did record all the events.
Yes, sir.
Just for the record, we're going to publish Exhibit 21 for the body cam, just so that you can tell the jury what you did.
Okay.
Okay, Bradshaw, we'll do the talking. All right, sure.
And so what's going on here when you're telling Bradshaw and
So right there, I made contact with Bradshaw. Like I said, that's going to be probably 10 seconds before Ortiz comes out of the gas station. I'm getting my M4. Then decide not to go for it. Because that's when Ortiz was coming out.
what's an M4?
It's the assault rifle that DP has issued us, sir.
So you do not have your long rifle.
No, sir, I don't.
You only have your handgun.
Yes, sir.
And you take over and giving the commands.
That's correct, sir.
Stop right there. Stop. Is this your truck? Is this your truck? Okay, all right. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. No, explain to you right now. Turn around. Okay, I'm gonna explain to you. Okay, Bradshaw, we'll do the talking. All right, sure. We got a positive ID with some. This truck right here is matching with the potential with the murders that's been happening within the past 2 weeks. We want to do an interview. We want to do some questioning. We just need for you to cooperate with us, okay? All right, fine. Make my way. Just turn around. and make my way this way, okay? Turn around. Just turn around. Turn around. Please. Turn around.
At this point in time, he's a suspect for 2 murders.
Okay.
I'm
Yes, sir.
asking you, is
Yes.
he a suspect for 2 murders?
Yes, sir.
You're giving him orders.
Yes, sir.
Is he following your command?
No, sir.
He acknowledges that his truck is that white truck, correct?
Yes, sir. He did. He said, and I quote, he said, yeah.
He says, you're freaking me out.
Yes, he does, sir.
You proceed to give him orders.
Yes, sir. So shortly after he said he's freaking out, I do something that maybe I shouldn't have done, but I decide to lower my weapon a little bit more to minimize the stress on him. I still have Trevor Bradshaw still has his weapon downrange, and so I try to minimize the stressful situation and try to give him commands saying, "Hey, we just want to talk to you. Want to do some questioning, interview you." Shortly afterwards, Ortiz decides to run.
He runs away from you,
Yes, sir.
disobeying your orders.
Yes, sir.
He runs away from his truck,
That's correct.
abandoning his truck.
Objection, Your Honor. It's opinion, evidence. This witness is not qualified to answer the question.
Okay, we'll rephrase the question.
In your training and experience,
Yes, sir.
when a subject runs and you make contact
Yes, sir.
to investigate
Mhm.
the subject
Yes, sir.
who is subject to investigation of a crime, runs away from their vehicle, what do you consider that?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, it's a legal principle. This witness is not qualified to answer that question.
Well, if you want to approach,
I'm making speculations.
let me address something here, Toro. Fire. Okay. We're gonna give the jury a short break at this time. It's 10:16. Well, I guess we'll be on break for about 10 or 15 minutes. Now, just reminding you not to discuss the fact of the case. Please. Thank you.
All right, the jury.
Let's say walk out.
should just be back in 10 minutes. So we can sit down. That's all. We'll be starting up again in 15 minutes, so if you just step out, just be back by then, please. For recess. I try and break for lunch at about 12ish. So, you ready, sir?
Yes, sir.
The witness.
We bring in the witness. Obregon.
Can you take the stand again, sir? Step up to the sir. Yeah, please remain standing for the jurors. Maybe seated. And you may be seated.
We left off when you were giving him commands.
Yes, sir.
What were those commands?
Turn around and walk towards the sound of my voice. Those were the commands, sir.
What did he do? Did he follow your commands?
No, sir. He acted confused for a couple seconds, and then shortly afterwards, he decided to run.
You ran up and you were wearing your uniform.
That is correct, sir. Yeah, I mean, I guess the best word to describe it is he evaded, right? He didn't follow the commands. After I verbally told him what our intentions were. So he did evade from the scene.
And evading in state of Texas, is that an offense?
Yes, sir. Evading or arrest detention is an offense in Texas.
What classification is that? The misdemeanor? Or
No, it's a felony, sir.
He runs ultimately south of the gas station.
Correct.
Do you and you're involved in the foot chase?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Eventually, fast forward a few hours, correct?
Yes, sir. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, it's a class A, sir, the evading arrest or detention. If I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry about that. Just to clarify.
Evading detention or arrest?
Yes, sir.
You get eventually to the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
Which parking lot is this?
It's the parking lot that goes up to the Ava Hotel.
Are you part of the team that goes in to clear the parking lot?
Yes, sir, I am.
And eventually is Mr. Ortiz found?
Yes, sir. He is found in the bed of the pickup truck.
And is he arrested without incident? Is he arrested without any incidents?
Oh no, he's placed in handcuffs. We take him out of the truck, place him on the ground, and then I place handcuffs on him.
All the while, you are wearing your body cam.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Do you remember in relation to the SWAT team and the other law enforcement staff where you were? Were you in the front, or were you in the middle, or the back?
When we did the clearance up to the garage, I was rear security. I was the one in the back, sir.
Were you able to capture the actual apprehension on your body cam?
Yes, sir.
Permission to publish and fast forward to that moment, basically where we left off on that night.
No objection to fast forwarding.
No, just be occupied the exhibit.
Which one is it? What is it?
21. State's exhibit.
The body cam?
Yes.
Yeah, 21.
This building on the next one. Now there's a gap that he said about, but by that time he said we're already happening and we were coming to.
What are we seeing here?
That's the building, or that's the house that we thought he was in initially. I was confident he had gone to that house right there. That's the house on that corner, right before the going up the driveway to the Ava Hotel or to the Ava garage parking lot.
Yeah, you were very confident that he had actually gone into that.
Yes, sir.
Property.
Yes, sir.
Was that because of the easy access or why?
Yeah, it was just it was accessible, his height, and also just the timing. You think that everything is moving at a normal pace, but everything is actually moving a lot faster than what it seems. So I just thought that from the time we lost visual to the time we cut that pie, to working the unknown, which is that driveway, I was like, yeah, he couldn't have made it that far. He must have jumped here. He's here. So we decided to regroup, wait for backup, and then, attack the building to where we thought that's where Mr. Ortiz was at.
Which ended up being empty.
Yes, sir.
So he's moving faster than you anticipated.
Yes, sir.
Here you're planning the next move to go upstairs.
Correct. Yes, sir.
This building was the next. One of the neighbors heard noising between this building and the next. So he's possibly tall guy.
Who was the first one here?
Me and Rob.
Okay, you two guys, let's start leading the way, let's start moving slowly, think this guy is, he's slowly, and carefully.
I am saying that we need to do another 2 people in my eye. Like flower shop.
Let's move to there.
32 and one empty bag and then people share the truck. So we focus very closely. Trust somebody right now on 35.
Oh, let's go.
So you're leaving this property right there.
Yes, sir. We are.
Where do you could show us, where do you have the body cam placed? Show the jury where.
Right.
Sometimes.
I believe it was on. I mean, I can't see from here, but I usually put like right on my chest, a little bit just center and a little bit higher up from my chest, so like around here, I would say.
So you're pointing to the middle of your chest.
That's correct.
So that's why the video sometimes catches your arms.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All clear every floor in the parking lot?
We did up to the point where we captured and secured Ortiz.
Who's taking out their handcuffs, sir?
Yeah, that's me, sir. I'm placing handcuffs on
Who
Ortiz.
placed the handcuffs on these?
Yes, sir.
Where's the weapon at, man? Hey, where's the weapon? Huh? We're in the truck.
Awesome.
Yes, sir. Bring him up. Hold on. Where did he go? In the tailgate? Check the truck. Hey, George. 32 tailgate on your truck. You already know. You already know.
What are y'all doing here?
I'm petting him down from where I can reach. I mean, there's obviously multiple officers all around him. So I just try to check his waistline and his shoes, his jeans, and any type of weapons that might, hurt us on the process of him being transported or being taken into custody.
Possible weapons such as?
Firearms, knives, anything that might hurt us or hurt him.
Were any such weapons found?
No, sir.
Get him up. Get him up. Get him up. Get him right here.
Was Mr. Ortiz harmed or injured in any way when he was arrested?
No, sir.
He was taken without incident.
That's correct.
No. Idris.
Nothing hurt?
Is that you going through his pockets?
Yes, sir. It is, sir.
Did you find any car keys? Recall?
I can't recall that, sir. No, sir.
Well, we'll keep watching the video.
Yes, sir.
His pockets appear to be empty when you checked them. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We'll pass the witness. If we're able to go in,
Yes, sir.
You're the one that's searching for his pockets. What items did you take out?
A lighter, I believe so. And I think that was it, sir.
Well, there were other items on the tailgate, not just a lighter.
Okay, but from what I took, you asked me, that's all I took, sir.
Can you put it back on before it goes? Sure. You should work where it ends. At the tailgate, standing one. Put it there. All right.
That's
No. Idris.
Nothing hurt? Where's the weapon at, man? Where's the weapon? Huh? We're in the truck. Where'd you leave it at? Yeah, wait. In the truck? Check the truck. Hey, search. 32 tailgate and your truck.
Is that you, Trooper? Over there?
Yes, sir, that's me. And I, like I said, I believe I take a lighter from his pocket.
So that's the lighter.
Yes, sir, I believe so. Like, yeah, it's a lighter.
Hey, come on. Come on. Get him up. Come on. Get him up. Get him right here.
Okay.
What's that?
It looks like a pair of keys, right? I mean, I didn't take that away from his pocket, sir.
After everything finishes here in the garage, do you go back to the convenience store
No.
to get your unit as well?
The unit was already back. I had already moved it, sir. It was I had already gone back to get the unit.
Oh.
It's yes, sir.
And did you ever go back to the convenience store?
I did, sir.
And did you witness other troopers or maybe yourself? I'm not too sure. Searching Ortiz's truck.
No, sir. I never touched his truck. The truck was gone.
Truck was gone.
Yes,
By the time you went back.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Can you distinguish if those keys are house keys or car keys or office keys?
No, sir. I can't distinguish what they are. Like I said, like they look like keys. But I can't. I didn't touch them. I didn't grab them. I wasn't paying attention to that.
Further questions? Just briefly, I mean, when you make an arrest, typically, let's say you,
Yes, sir.
and you take any possessions from a suspect or someone in your custody, it's typical to log in whatever items you take from them, correct?
That's correct.
And someone, you have an evidence login sheet or something like that.
Yes, sir.
So it's documented, so,
Yes, sir.
okay, thank you. No further questions. If you know, were the car keys considered evidence in this case?
No, sir. Like I said, I never touched the truck. I didn't get those keys out of the pocket. I didn't conduct an inventory on the vehicle or on Mr. Ortiz's anything that he has on possession on. I didn't touch any of that, sir. I didn't.
No further questions. Nothing further. Thank you.
You may sit down, your excuse.
Thank you.
Take other next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls investigator Noe Gonzalez to be examined by Mr. Josh Davis.
Is it Noel?
Noe
Noel? Okay.
Noe Gonzalez. Let's see.
Mike,
Oh my.
that's all right.
Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand, please, morning? You solemnly swear the testimony you're going to give during this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thanks. Make it to it.
Mike Test, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Can you please say your name for the record?
Noé Gonzalez.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez, what do you currently do?
I'm a task force officer assigned to Homeland Security Investigations,
Okay, and who are you employed with?
the Webb County District Attorney's Office.
Okay, and if you can get a little closer to the mic. Does it move to you?
The mic? Yeah. Is that better?
Yeah, hear you a lot better. Who do you currently work for?
The Webb County District Attorney's Office.
Okay, in 2018,
September of 2018, to be specific, who were you working for then?
The Webb County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, what was your role at the time with the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
I was a criminal investigator assigned to CID and a SWAT member.
Okay, what were your duties as a member of CID and SWAT?
CID, we will take care of general crime throughout the daily basis. The patrol will get, and then we'll just follow up the cases. And as a SWAT member, we'll respond to any high-level threats, anything that a regular patrol officer couldn't take care of.
Do you have any specialized training or certifications as a SWAT member?
Yes, I do.
What's some of your background training?
Background training, just basic SWAT, and prior to that, military.
Okay. You mentioned military. Did you serve in the military?
I did.
Okay. How many years?
4 years.
Okay. Were you ever deployed?
I was.
How many tours?
1 tour to Afghanistan.
Okay. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
So, in this case, are you familiar with this case, State of Texas versus Juan David Ortiz?
I am.
Okay. Did you assist in this case?
I was. I did.
Do you remember what your role in this case was?
Yes, I was assisting the lead investigator at the time with whatever task they had and they needed.
Now, if you know, who were the lead investigators for this case?
It was going to be Captain Calderon and Ranger E.J. Salinas from the
Okay.
DPS.
Were you part of the investigation in this case?
Not primarily, but I was involved in assisting the primary investigator.
Okay. Did you ever go across any of the crime scenes?
The last one.
Okay. Do you remember the name of the last victim?
I do not remember the name of the last victim.
If I showed you some photos, would you be able to identify what's in those photos?
Yes.
You were at the scene of the last.
Yes, I was one of the first investigators to arrive at the scene.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
For the record, Your Honor, the last exhibit, I mean, was 23.
23 the last exhibit, yes.
So I'm going to mark these as state's exhibits. State's exhibits 24 to 32. Okay. I'm showing you what I'm marking as state's exhibit 24. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what is in that photograph at the time you saw it?
Yes.
Okay, that was State's Exhibit 24 for the record. State's Exhibit 25. Same question. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Marking State's Exhibit 26. Same question. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 27. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 28. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 31. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes.
And now State's Exhibit 32. Same question. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw on that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to tender to Defense Counsel State's Exhibits 24 through 32 for any objections. We have votes on it.
Yeah.
Now going back, you were at how many crime scenes in this case did you actually go and visit?
The last one.
Okay. You remember the date?
It was Saturday, I believe. Approximately, it was Saturday after the interview with Mr. Ortiz.
Okay, you mentioned an interview. What interview are you talking about?
The interview that Captain Calderon and Ranger Salinas had with him.
Were you present during that interview?
I was not present. I was in the conference room observing the interview live.
So you were observing as it was going on?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm going to take you to the night of September 14th, going to September 15th. Were you present when Juan David Ortiz was apprehended?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity, or are you aware that there were body camera video recordings of that incident?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to view that camera?
Yes.
Or that video? Okay. Your permission to approach?
Yes, the witness, yes.
Yes. I'm going to show you what's being marked as State's Exhibit 33. This is Trooper Hernandez's body cam. Previously testified. Have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes.
Have you viewed what is inside this exhibit?
Yes.
Do you yourself appear in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. How can you identify that you've actually viewed this?
Those are my initials and the date.
Okay. I'm tendering to defense counsel for any objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Great. If you did a 33, you're operating it this time.
Yes, Your Honor. State offers into the evidence at this time. And permission to publish this video with this witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, now before I play this, Mr. Juan David, can you explain to the jury how you became involved on that night?
Yes, Captain Calderon, my supervisor at the time, had instructed us to make it to San Bernardo Avenue, which is a busy street on Laredo, Texas, just to be on the lookout for the vehicle that was given to us at the time.
Get a little closer to the mic.
Yes. Once we were at location, the troopers had encountered Mr. Ortiz at the gas station. I received a phone call from my supervisor, Captain Calderon, that the troopers were with Mr. Ortiz at the gas station. So I make it southbound on San Bernardo. As I'm getting there, I observed the whole ordeal happening, and we ended up at the hotel.
What hotel are you talking about?
Ava Hotel, I believe it was at the time, which is the tall building in I-35.
Okay, could you describe to the jury what the conditions that night were, the weather conditions?
Yes, I believe it was drizzling. It was wet. The streets were wet. It was just a very humid, wet night, I guess.
Now, as part of this investigation, you had mentioned that you were assisting the lead investigator.
Correct.
At this point, this night, how long or how many hours had you been up?
Since Wednesday that week, we had been already tracking the second victim. I had been already located at the mile mark 25 on one of the highways on Webb County, and from that point on, we were already trying to track the individual.
Okay, as part of your investigation or as part of your assistance in this investigation, were you assigned to question any witnesses?
No.
Did you, on your own, go out and try to pick up any leads?
No.
Were you ever tasked by the investigators to go and speak to a certain individual, or that just, if you're tasked to speak to any certain individuals?
No.
Okay. Now, this night in particular, what kind of information did you have on Mr. Ortiz?
All we had was a vehicle and that he was a disabled veteran due to the license plates on the vehicle. That's all as far as we knew.
Okay. What about possible risk?
Armed and dangerous at the time. We already knew that he had committed crimes with a firearm.
We're going to object to it's hearsay or speculation.
What's your question again?
We were asking what information you relied on, I guess, to... what information you had that night for Mr. Ortiz? I can rephrase it.
Yeah, go ahead and rephrase it. I think his response might have been responsive.
Was there be on the lookout place for this individual?
Correct.
What information is in a photo?
At this time, it was the make and model of the vehicle and license plates.
Okay. And is that information that it gets sent out to all law enforcement, or is that just...
I believe at that point it was just DPS and Webb County Sheriff's Office.
How did you know based on that he was armed and dangerous?
Due to the crimes that were committed, that were already committed previously.
I'm going to show you what we've already played previously, but I'm going to fast forward to the relevant part.
That's it. We're already and we were coming through.
I'm going to pause it here. Do you recognize the individual talking?
Yes.
Who's that?
That's me.
Okay. Where are you at this point?
We're in the building next to the hotel, next to the ramp, the first building we cleared.
Okay, and why are you guys in that building?
Because troopers believe that he was in that location first. They lost him there.
Did you find anything that led you to believe that he was there?
Just the troopers' information that they had lost him in that general area.
Did you find anything there?
No.
Okay, what, if anything, did you do next?
We began planning the move into the parking lot of the hotel.
Thank you.
Somewhere, this building or the next. Somebody, one of the neighbors heard, noising between this building and the next, who is possibly all guys.
Who was the first one here?
So real quick, I'm gonna go to the actual breach. When you guys enter the hotel, can you describe to the gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the formation is of the officers?
Yes, so at that point, our SWAT commander had told us to stack up. Stack up is a formation or a line where we just one behind the other. And it was two separate stacks, one on one side of the parking lot, one on the other side of the parking lot. One leading, one rear, just in case of anything happening. The reactive stack could react to an engagement.
How many people per stack?
At the time, we were using about 5 SWAT members, I believe, or 6, and then DPS assisted with their troopers on the rear stack.
Now, as part of your training, what is going on here in this video?
This video release, one of the troopers was clearing the vehicles that were left in the back because our main priority was what was ahead, the unknown, and everything in the back. The rest of the troopers or whoever was in the rear was taking care of the little small places that he could be hiding at.
Now, you mentioned your experience earlier, but in a situation like this, with a parking lot like that, what kind of dangers or risks could possibly encounter?
Yeah, at that point, he could be hiding anywhere. He could pretty much engage us from any direction. We're in the open. There's not a lot of cover and concealment for us. So we pretty much have to have eyes all over the place. We don't know where he's at.
Okay, and can you describe the parking lot to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? And what I mean is, like, the make. Is it like a wooden structure? Is there concrete, stuff around? Yes. Is it well lit? Is it dark?
It's a well lit. Yes, it's a well lit parking lot. It's a 4-story parking lot, I believe. It's all concrete, and you have different levels. So you have to be keeping eyes going forward and to the rear.
Real quick, before we get to this part, were you present when Juan David Ortiz was actually handcuffed?
Yes.
Okay, were you present when he was placed into the unit for transportation?
Yes.
Do you remember what vehicle, if any, he was found in when he was first?
It was in the back of a black pickup truck.
You want permission to approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Showing him what's going to be marked as State's Exhibit 34. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to tender to defense counsel for any objections.
No objection. That was 34?
That was 34, and the state now wishes to offer into evidence.
Case 34 will be admitted to.
And I'm going to show you what's been previously submitted as State's Exhibit 22. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is that the same photo as State's Exhibit 34?
Yes.
Is that the truck in which you found Mr. Ortiz?
Yes.
Do you have permission to publish to the jury?
Yes, sir.
I'm passing to the jury what's been marked as State's Exhibit 22 and State's Exhibit 34. So I'm going to continue playing the video, and I'll pause it when I.
Get down! Get down! Watch out, watch out. Watch his muscles. Put safe.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it there real quick. Can you identify yourself in this video?
Yes.
And from your angle, can you tell us, based on the people that are there, which one you are?
The individual with the green shirt, I'm right in front of him. I'm wearing a black T-shirt and jeans.
Safe.
So I'm behind the middle SWAT member.
Are you wearing any gear?
Yes.
Are you wearing a helmet?
No.
So you actually grabbed him short piece and pulled him out of the truck.
Correct.
You put your hands on him.
Yes.
Did he resist?
No.
Find it. Like, what position was he in when he was found in the truck?
I wasn't. When the SWAT member opened the back of the truck, all I grabbed is one of his arms, pulled one of his arms out, grabbed him, pulled him out. So he was face up at the time.
Was he laying down?
I really let him down. Correct.
Would you character he was hiding?
Yes.
I got it. Yes. 10-4.
Now, a lot's occurring off camera, but at this point, and we've seen a different angle of this, but at this point, what is going on with Mr. Ortiz?
So when we pulled him out, the first priority was to try to locate the weapon.
And why was that a priority to you guys?
Our safety at that point.
So, how did you do that? How did you go about trying to locate a weapon?
We physically pat him down, looking for the weapon. I believe I asked him, "Where's the weapon at?" And he said the truck. So initially we thought it was a pickup truck. We looked back and nobody could locate it. And then he stated, "No, my truck." So we knew that it was a truck at the gas station in Jefferson.
Okay, and you heard him say it.
Yes.
Did you relay that information to anybody?
Yes. So one of the, I believe it was Sergeant at the time, Felix Nunez.
When you say 32 tailgate on this truck, what does that mean for the ladies and gentlemen here?
That's 32 is 10 codes for weapon. That's when we advised one of the sergeants that the weapon was in the vehicle on his truck.
Now, we hear in the video someone asking, "What's your name?"
Mm-hmm.
Is that standard police practice when you're apprehending?
Yeah, so we try to possibly identify the individual. We already have a notion of who it is, but we want him to give us more of a positive identification of himself, either by picture or by name.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Ortiz respond to when you asked him?
I believe, I can't recall if he said his name or he started mumbling some other stuff at the time.
We could play it and refresh your memory if you'd like.
Thank you.
Were you able to hear his
I believe this is David.
Okay.
That's it, man. Hey. Hey. Come on. Go. Slow down, slow down. Take a deep breath. Deep breath. Pockets. Touch up. Was that the guy?
Now, at this point, we see you in the video. What are you doing?
At that point, I think they had just finished patting him down, and what I was gonna do is fix his handcuffs.
And why did you want to fix his handcuff?
I observed that he was breathing heavily, and I believe he was it sounded like he was hyperventilating, so he was already not talking at that point, so I believe for his safety, just to open up a second set of handcuffs to open his airway.
And what does the second set of handcuffs do?
So pretty much, Mr. Ortiz is a tall guy in my view, a big guy. So at that point, me adding an extra set of handcuffs would have opened his airway, and it wouldn't be so tight on his back.
Okay. Aside from applying the second set of handcuffs, did you search Mr. Ortiz there while he's standing?
Yes, we searched him for any injuries as well. I searched for any cuts, injuries, anything that medical at that point.
Did he sustain any injuries?
No.
What about any physical evidence?
I believe it was keys, phones, whatever he had in his pockets at the time.
What did you do with that stuff?
We put an evidence bag.
Okay. You mentioned keys and a phone. Is there anything else that you remember was recovered from him?
Cigarettes. I believe he wanted his cigarettes from the floor. He had asked for that. He had asked for, I don't recall anything else, because the only thing I remember is having the bag and collecting the evidence, turning it into one of the supervisors.
You remember how the keys looked?
Oh, man. I do not recall.
Real quick, we observed in the last video that his boots were removed. What was the purpose of removing his boots?
Well, we're checking inside the boots to see if there was any evidence for anything that we needed to recover.
Okay. Yeah, man. That's good. That's good, man. Teamwork, baby. That's good, baby.
So you're off camera.
Good shit, man.
Now, who took hold or who took custody of Mr. Ortiz?
We did. They'll work in the sheriff's office.
And then speak up a little bit.
Sorry.
Who in particular, one person was the one that basically was in charge of him?
That we transported?
Yes.
I took charge. I put him in the unit. It was.
Okay. And why were you the one that took charge of him?
He had asked me to accompany him in the vehicle.
Okay. Was anyone else in the vehicle with you?
Sergeant Felix Muniz at the time, and I believe the deputy that was driving the vehicle.
Okay. Did you ever read him his Miranda?
No. So I asked at the time, do we need to read his Miranda rights? Sergeant Felix Muniz advised me no, because we were not going to do any questioning at the time until we secured him at a secure location.
Okay. And you testified earlier, you weren't the investigator on this case.
Correct, yeah, I was.
What was your purpose solely at this point?
At this point, once SWAT got activated, my duties changed from CID to SWAT, and at that point was to apprehend the threat or eliminate the threat.
And as part of your training and experience, do SWAT members do the investigation or question the suspects?
No.
Like who takes charge of that?
The investigator.
Okay. Are you aware if the transport had a video?
Yes.
Okay, have you had an opportunity to view that video?
Yes.
Grant permission to approach the witness? Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35. Do you recognize what I'm showing you here?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to view this?
Yes.
How do you is what is depicted in this video a true and accurate depiction of what went on that night?
Yes.
And how do you know that you actually viewed this video?
Initials and date. My initials and date.
Tendering the defense counsel for any objections, Your Honor.
Yes.
Permission to publish with this witness, Your Honor. Now, while this is loading up, let me just ask you a question. Did you ever question the defendant in the vehicle?
No.
Did he make any statements to you?
Yes.
What statements did he make to you?
I believe we were exiting the parking lot.
What?
I believe when we were exiting the parking lot, he overheard us asking about the weapon, and he stated by himself that the weapon was located in the driver's side, I believe, door. And then I relayed that information to my supervisor.
Ask how far would you say from the Hotel Ava to the sheriff's station that he was transported to? How far would you say that is?
Approximately several miles, I believe.
Without using police sirens and lights, how long would it take a normal person to get from that area to the station?
Possibly like 10 minutes.
And with lights and sirens, how long would it possibly take?
Less than 10 minutes.
Are you familiar with the term trophy shot?
Yes.
And explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a trophy shot is.
Trophy shot, we use that term in the military. That begins in the military. Once we have a high value target or somebody in the particular level you take a capture or killed, people usually take pictures to say we captured. Or
On this night in particular, was that phrase used?
yes,
By who?
Mr. Ortiz.
And what exactly did he say?
I believe he had mentioned something about the VA, and that's when I expressed myself to him that I was a veteran as well. And that's when he starts saying, take your trophy shot, take your trophy shot. And we explained to him that we don't do that kind of stuff here. And he continued to say, I've taken plenty of those.
What was your exact response to that?
We're not about that, bro.
You ever suffer any injuries when your time in Afghanistan?
Yes.
You recognize the images being shown on the screen?
Yes.
And you hereditary what that's showing.
That is us putting Mr. Ortiz in the back of the patrol unit.
Now, from the point that he is handcuffed and placed on the sat down on the bed of the truck to this point, how long would you say that is?
15, 20 minutes, probably less.
Okay. Were you with him the entire time?
Yes.
At this point, is he already double handcuffed?
Yes.
You can say that, but I can talk to you right now. Right. Got it.
Who's that second individual there?
At the front or in the next man? In the back is Mr. Ortiz.
And the other person?
That's Sergeant at the time, Felix Nunez.
Who's the guy sitting next to him?
It's going to be Ramirez, Deputy Ramirez.
Who's this guy?
That's me.
Okay. Just trying to... Okay, you do a motion there. You tap him on the chest.
Mhm.
What was the purpose of that?
Continue to monitor his health, make sure that he was breathing and he was all right the whole time, the whole ride over there.
What, if anything, gave you that concern?
At that point, he's our responsibility. I got to make sure that he's going to get to point B healthy.
Hey, Jack. Jack. My name is Sergeant Herbert.
Who are you telling that to?
Captain Calderon.
And what are you telling them again?
That my radio, I had left it with Sergeant Gonzalez.
Sergeant Herbert. The 32 is in the tailgate of his truck.
I'm gonna ask you to explain that. 32 is in the tailgate of the truck. What does that mean?
Yeah, so at that point, I was under the impression that the weapon was in the back of his truck on the tailgate, and that's when he's gonna correct me voluntarily to tell me that it was on in the inside of the driver's side of the door of the truck.
And who were you telling that to?
To Sergeant Felix Munoz.
Okay, were you talking to Mr. Ortiz?
No.
The 32? Oh, it's in the tailgate of his truck.
Let's stop there. What does Mr. Ortiz tell you?
He corrects me to tell me where the weapon was at.
He tells you what exactly?
That it's inside his truck. Because he hears me say it's in the back of the truck, and then he corrects me and tells me it's inside his truck.
Okay, you asked him something in Spanish. What
Yeah.
was it you asked him?
Where exactly? Donde mero, where exactly?
And what does he say?
In the door panel on the driver's side door.
Okay, let me stop you there. You make a gesture with your hand. You tap him and you make a gesture. What are you doing there?
Yeah, he was breathing heavily at the time, so I was concerned for his breathing. I didn't want him to hyperventilate, so I was just trying to tell him to control his breathing at the time.
Is that also a reason for the double handcuff?
Correct.
What are you asking me?
About the air is hitting him in the face, trying to cool him down because it was a hot night.
Now we heard some voices in the back. Is anybody questioning Mr. Ortiz?
No.
What is Mr. Ortiz doing this entire time?
Sitting on the whole time.
You asked him there in Spanish something. What was
I asked him, is he hitting him in the face? He said yes.
If there's any objections, I'd like to fast forward towards the end of the.
No objection. Go ahead.
You open the door. What?
Now, you told him something there before you exit. What was it that you told him?
I couldn't hear. I don't recall.
You open the door. What?
Don't you catch that?
Like, Mr. Ortiz?
What you told him?
Oh, that I'll get him on the other side right now.
I need to go. I need to go.
Where are you guys at this point?
At the substation.
Now, where did you escort Mr. Ortiz after you pulled on his vehicle?
To the interview room.
How far from that location that we last saw to the interview would you say it is?
Approximately 20, 30 feet.
In terms of time, how many seconds would it take you to walk there?
No more than 10 seconds.
Were you with Mr. Ortiz the entire time from the walk from the car to the interview room?
Yes.
And you had stated earlier that you watched the entire interview.
Yes.
Okay. From that point, did he say anything to you?
No.
From the time you pulled him out, everything we've seen to the time you pulled him out to when he enters the interview, did he say anything to you?
No.
Did he ask for an attorney?
No.
Did he say that he didn't want to speak to you?
No.
Did you initiate any type of question?
No.
What, if anything, did you do next once you got him inside the substation?
We took him to the interview room, and I believe he needed to go to the restroom shortly after. We took him to the restroom and switched the handcuffs to the front of his body instead of the back.
And why did you switch the handcuffs to the front instead of the back?
Comfort.
Who's comfortable?
His comfort.
You remember Mr. Ortiz looked like that night?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, do you see him in the courtroom?
In the courtroom?
Did you see Mr. Ortiz in
Yes.
the courtroom? Can you identify him?
Yes, individual sitting right.
Once you get into the interview room, you already mentioned you didn't interview with him, but did you sit with him?
Yes, for a brief second.
Okay, did you provide him with anything? Any food, water, bathroom
I
breaks?
believe we gave him a water. And a bathroom break.
Where were you in the station while the actual interview was being conducted?
In the conference room.
And where's the conference room in relation to that room where the interview was?
About three more rooms to the away from the interview.
And how is it that you're able to see what's going on in that room?
We have a TV that's monitoring the interview room, and it's live feed as they're conducting the interview.
If you remember, how long was Mr. Ortiz interviewed for?
It was a while. I don't know exactly, but it was a while.
Was it more than 6 hours?
I can't recall.
Okay. At this point, how long had you been up?
Already been up for more than 42 hours, 48 hours.
Who else was in the room where you were watching the interview take place?
It was, I believe, different agencies were there at that point. I think it was already established that he was Border Patrol. And at that point, Border Patrol had already made it to our location, DPS, Webb County Sheriff's Office. I believe LPD was there too, if I recall right. And administration was there.
Now, as this interview's going on, what, if anything, towards the tail end of the interview sparks your interest, basically?
Yeah, he mentioned.
I'm gonna check at this point relevancy.
Rephrase, what sparks your interest?
Okay, so what happens at the end of the interview?
Yes, at the end of the interview, Mr. Ortiz.
Again, Your Honor, I'm gonna object to relevance at this time.
Completely
What
relevant.
happens at the end of the interview?
It's just, he's gonna say something that Ortiz said at this time. It's not relevant yet. Your
Well, I
Honor.
don't know what he's gonna say. But
Relevancy is the interview itself is obviously relevant, Your Honor, and it's Mr. Ortiz.
No, don't get close on.
yes.
So I was asking you about the end of the interview. Did you hear the end of the interview?
Yes.
You were there present for the interview. Okay. What, if anything, did Mr. Ortiz say in that interview?
That there was one last victim.
Okay. What did you do when you heard that there was one last victim?
We stepped to the hallway waiting for instructions. Captain Calderon comes out, gives us the go-ahead, and we make it to mile marker 13,
Okay. And what did you find out in Mount Marker?
the last victim.
Okay. Did you do anything aside from go to the last victim scene after this point as part of this
We
investigation?
secured the site, and that was it.
And what did you see when you got to the site?
Well, we arrived to the location.
Relevance at this time.
Oh,
What did you see? What did you observe when you got to the last location?
Yes, we arrived at the location. We specifically been told where the body was at. We observed an individual face down with what appeared to be a wound into the back of the head, and no life.
About what time was it when you got there to that scene?
It was in the morning already. It was morning time.
And what would you describe the weather conditions?
It was still humid and wet. I believe it was still drizzling and raining at the time.
In relation to the city of Laredo, where was this body found?
Mile marker 13 on the northbound right side of the highway, next to a berm of dirt.
Is that within the city limits or outside or right on the edge?
I believe city limits.
Okay. Would you consider that an outskirts of the town?
Yes.
Have to witness it.
okay. Well, it's about 12 noon already. So as I mentioned, we're gonna recess close to noon. So I'm gonna go ahead and execute the jury for lunch. I'll ask the jury to be back by 1:15. And again, remind not to discuss the fact of the case, not to watch the youth count of this case. And you're excused for lunch.
All right, to the jury.
All right. Oral Texas report is back in session.
We ready for the jury?
Just maybe 1 minute. We're trying to figure something out.
Sure, you may be seated. Yeah.
Mr. Davila, you can turn off your mic unless you're about to speak.
Is it on?
Yeah, there you go. Thanks.
We're ready.
Are you on, Mr. Perez?
Am I on?
Thank you.
A robot.
They ready also, sir? Mr. Olanik?
Yes, sir.
You ready also?
Yes. All right, to the jury.
You may be seated. Good afternoon. I believe we have Pastor with you. Yep.
Deputy Gonzalez. When you all arrested Mr. Ortiz, at some point you began to read him his Miranda rights. Is that correct?
I asked one of the supervisors if we were gonna read him his rights.
No, I thought you started.
No, I just asked one of the supervisors if we were gonna read his Miranda rights, and they advised me to stand by.
And who stopped you from doing it?
That was at the time Sergeant Felix Nunez.
Sergeant who?
Felix Nunez.
Nunez. But had he allowed you, you would have done it.
If I was instructed to, yes.
And then I don't remember if they asked you. Did you see the keys that they took away from Mr. Ortiz?
I don't recall the key, sir.
Now, you said that those items were placed in an evidence bag.
Several items were placed in an evidence bag. I believe the last item that I recall was a box of cigarettes or something in that manner.
And what did you do with that evidence?
Put it inside the evidence bag, and we took it with us to the substation.
Okay, so you had possession of that evidence bag that contains those keys, those cigarettes, a lighter, whatever.
I believe I gave it to somebody. Can't recall who we passed on the evidence to, and then I proceeded to continue with the transportation of Mr. Ortiz to the substation.
I'm just trying to figure out the chain on this evidence bag that
Yes.
has the supposed keys that have been seen on video, the lighter, the cigarettes, whatever. You said you placed those items in an evidence bag.
Correct.
Okay. Now, what did you specifically do with the evidence bag?
I recall, I believe, I gave it to one of the supervisors there on scene. As soon as I collected it, I can't recall if it was Sergeant Felix Nunez or who exactly I gave it to. But I got moved to the transportation of Mr. Ortiz.
Now, other than Nunez, what are the supervisors? I'm trying to narrow down the list.
In that specific location where we were,
Yes, sir.
it was Captain Calderon and Sergeant Felix Nunez, supervisors at the.
Okay, so that evidence bag presumably would have gone to either Calderon or Nunez.
Correct.
Now, when you got to the substation, is that at 7209 East Saunders?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And do you recall Mr. Ortiz's truck already been there, the white Dodge?
I don't.
Did you ever go back down to the Circle K where the white Dodge was at some point after the event?
No.
May I proceed?
Yes, sir. You gave me somewhere in here.
Okay.
Deputy Gonzalez, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes only as defendant's exhibit number 1. Can you review that and tell me just generally what it is?
Believed to be a citation from DPS.
Well, can you read the title of it?
It says Texas Department of Public Safety Property Inventory.
So it looks like an inventory form, correct?
Yes, I'm not familiar with this at this point. I don't know.
That's fine. Can you read that name that down there? That's
Investigator Nuevo, that's my signature. Yes.
I'm sorry, say that again?
That is my name, Investigator Nuevo Gonzalez.
okay. So now we know this is an inventory, property inventory from the Department of Public Safety.
Your Honor, objection is characterization of the form, just calling it property inventory. And
Well, I'll show it to the state.
You can get into the testimony once that maybe it's
objection. Objection.
Are you not to being introduced into evidence?
Yeah.
Final objection.
And you're
I'm offering it, Your Honor.
All right, defendant's exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence.
Okay, so now I'm showing you what's been called defendant's exhibit number 1. It's been admitted into evidence. And so the title of it is what, sir?
The title is Texas Department of Public Safety Property Inventory.
And the subject of it is a 2015 Dodge Ram, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in here it states that it was seized for criminal investigation, no inventory search conducted, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now, just out of curiosity, we know several names here. Ricardo Garcia is Lieutenant Ricardo Garcia.
Correct.
Who is he?
I believe he was a lieutenant at the time at the substation. He was in charge of patrol at the time.
Okay, and it looks like the tow truck driver was named Oscar Rivera.
Correct.
Now, who is Lorenzo El Santuro, who received this truck or whatever from Ricardo Garcia?
That was a state trooper, I believe, at the gas station with a vehicle at the time.
Okay.
While it was being transported to the substation.
Okay, just because we couldn't tell. So Lorenzo Santuro is a DPS trooper.
Correct.
Okay, and can you explain to us why your signature is down here at the end of this inventory form?
So, if I recall right, I believe when he arrived to the substation, somebody had to sign for it so it could be released to us.
Okay,
But we were already at the substation at the time before the truck arrived. So we had already transported Mr. Ortiz to the substation. Truck arrived, and that's when we signed off that we took possession of the vehicle.
okay, and who handed you this form and said, "Hey, take receipt of the truck"?
I can't recall what trooper it was that asked me to sign for the receipt.
Okay, you don't remember if it was Santuro,
I don't recall.
but you remember that it was a trooper.
Yeah, I remember it was a trooper due to the form, and I remember that it arrived after the fact, after we arrived with Mr. Ortiz.
Okay, and then did you do anything with the white
No.
Dodge?
Nothing. Just pretty much make sure we received it. They parked it, and that was it.
Okay, and where it was parked, I assume it's a secure location. It's
Correct.
not on the curb, on the street,
No.
or anything like that.
Secret location, sir.
Thank you.
That's the way it's shown. No further questions, Your Honor.
You may sit down.
Thank you.
You take all the next witness.
Sir, real quick, and I guess with defense's consent, if this witness can be released from the room, unless they're gonna. Also, he needs to go back to the.
Yeah, you can be released. Sir.
Okay, you're released, you're excused, sir.
Well,
You're free to go back to
wait.
bed.
Excuse me.
Right. If you're okay with release.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
We don't understand.
Free to go back to the regular.
Right.
You're released from the subpoena, you're excused. You may, you want to approach the bench?
Yeah.
1 second, Mr. Gonzalez, 1 second.
On the record or off?
On the record.
Okay.
Our next witness is the property guy.
We're gonna take up a legal matter. It shouldn't take too long. But it needs to be addressed before the next witness. So I'm gonna go ahead and excuse you again for a few minutes and remind you not to discuss the facts of the case.
All right, to the jury.
You may be seated. I got my phone. You ready? Are you all ready to proceed with the questioning outside the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. The witness is here.
He's coming, Your Honor, and bringing,
Yeah, I was told that they were ready.
he's bringing all the evidence with.
All right, well, go ahead and raise your right hand. You weren't sworn in earlier.
You thought, yes, sir, on the first day?
Was he here the first day?
Yes.
Okay, I saw you, right? I wasn't sure. You're under the same oath then.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's one of the six. All right. And Mr. Perez? You may proceed.
Yes. Is it Mr.
Is your mic on?
Yes, sir.
Well, I thought that was the request by Mr. Pettit.
Well, the request was for them to make their offer, and then we would take him up to our diary to see what the chain was. They're gonna offer this evidence through him and have yet to show a chain. And what we were proposing was do it out of the presence of the jury to speed it up.
Yeah.
That's fine with us, Your Honor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Proceed. Yeah, that's why we proceed. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sure. Proceed. Please say your name for the record.
Oh, your mic.
I'm sorry. Am I on?
No, you need to. Thank you. Yes.
Please say your name for the record.
My name is Roberto M. Castillo. I am employed with the Webb County Sheriff's Office, sir.
What do you currently do at the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a sergeant in the Criminal Investigation Division.
Okay, and what are some of your duties as sergeant in the Criminal Investigation Division?
My duties include supervising some of the other investigators, handling cases myself, and I also assist with the property room and evidence management.
Okay, when you say I assist with the property and the evidence management, what is it that you do there?
For the most part, property is organized by my partner, a fellow investigator in the Criminal Investigation Division. I will assist him by pulling evidence if need be, putting evidence back in, running evidence if it needs to be tested, things such as firearms, narcotics, weapons, things of that nature, sir.
Are you the custodian of the evidence?
In this particular situation, yes, sir.
Does anyone else have access to that evidence?
The evidence is stored in an access-controlled room, so no.
As to this evidence, does anybody aside from yourself have any access to it?
No, they do not, sir. This evidence was delivered to this building at approximately 10 a.m. on Sunday morning, and it was secured, and the key to the room that it was secured in was then passed over to the custody
I'm sorry, the key to the room that was secured, what?
that it was stored in was then passed over to the custody of the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in this case in particular aside from that?
No.
Okay. Is there any other deputy or officer that also has access to the evidence room?
My partner, Investigator Nenke.
Okay. Now, aside from you and Investigator Nanke, can anybody else go into that room?
They need to be escorted in, sir, for whatever be the reason.
Okay,
If they wanted to see evidence or familiarize themselves with evidence, they would be escorted in.
Is there any type of log that you keep in order to keep track of that kind of involvement?
No, sir, but the room is under constant surveillance with a video system.
And can you describe the surveillance system?
If this was the room, the door would be roughly where the doors are to enter and exit the courtroom, and the camera would be in the corner. So I'm assuming it's a wide angle camera, and if I'm not mistaken, it captures both video and audio. Video for sure, but I believe it captures audio. That would capture the entering and exiting of anybody that goes into that room. In addition, it is in our conference room of our substation. 80% of the time, I would say, majority of the time, it is staffed with deputies.
Okay, is there with this case in particular, you had mentioned that you brought it up Sunday morning.
Correct.
Has this evidence been in your possession the entire time, or have you been the only one that has access to this evidence?
From the time I was subpoenaed, I believe last week on Tuesday or Monday, I made myself familiar with the evidence, gathered it, organized it to the best of my abilities, labeled it if necessary. And as far as the custody goes, it hasn't been physically within my custody. It's been secured, passed over, like what I mentioned. When I released it, one key secured the room, and it was passed over to the care of the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, if you needed to open a box and pull something out, what kind of information would you need?
One such example was when I was asked to secure the weapon during the lunch recess. That seal has not been replaced.
However, in situations where the evidence needs to be viewed or reviewed or what have you, you can see various pieces of tape. So we would open it. It would be a controlled entrance. And the reason for the controlled entrance would be so that we could secure it properly. We would retape the entrance and then we would sign an initial to where if that seal was broken, the initialing and the dates and such wouldn't match up. That's the process. I believe it's an accepted standard.
Now, let me ask you, you mentioned the gun earlier during the lunch, or you mentioned it during your testimony, but something about the lunch break.
Correct.
Were you present when that gun was opened, or when the box was opened?
I was present, as was a member of the Bexar County Sheriff's Office and members of the court. Yes, sir. And that was just for the safety of the court to make sure it was secure.
Okay.
By secure, I mean it unloaded.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay, so I have permission for Mr. Castillo to step off the stand and
You may, sir.
help me out here with
You may sit down.
Yeah, so the first item I want you to grab for me is the H&K handgun. Okay. Now, since you've taken custody of this property, and you mentioned earlier that that's been opened by yourself and the Bexar County Sheriff's Office to make the weapon secure. Has anyone else had access to that weapon?
No, they have not, sir.
Okay. Would you mind opening that? Okay. And I'm gonna pull this out. What is this in there?
That was in the box, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna mark this with one exhibit sticker. 37? 36. Yeah. So that item we're gonna mark as State's Exhibit 36. I'm not offering them yet, Your Honor. Just marking them. In addition to the gun, what else is in the box?
One magazine, black in color.
We're gonna mark that one State's Exhibit 37. Yeah.
Excuse me, what was the envelope inside?
That's right.
I went inside.
Yeah, it's sealed though. We haven't opened it.
Well, Your Honor, since our objections are apply to all the evidence from this witness, may I take them on board, Myers?
At this point,
I think so, because whatever objection I have to that, it's just going there. Very soon.
yeah, I was just hoping that we would mark the evidence, because even when the prosecutor was asking questions, it was when the witness was getting that one, that he was saying this evidence, it's not clear on the record as to what items those are. So I think if you have them labeled at least.
Yeah, but that's fine with us.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna label that one as well. For now. We'll label this one State's Exhibit 38. It's gonna be open. But for now, so we have labeled. We're gonna label 39. It could be another spent facing.
39 is spent cases, 10 cases. Both 38.
it was the envelope inside the gun box also casings. We have 3 items here. We're gonna mark as 40, 41, and 42. Also, projectiles and cases. Cases.
Yes, sir.
Yes, these are casings. Case 40. This is not.
One of 42 are projectiles or cases?
Casings.
Casings.
We're gonna mark this entire bag for now. This is the items and the items of the public constitution. Well, for now, we're gonna mark the entire bag as 43, but we're gonna label each item as it comes.
Yes.
We have 44. We're gonna mark where
Wait,
label this.
that's obviously. The actual projectile. Well, same thing with that.
Mark each one of these. I'm marking a projectile 44, another projectile 45, a projectile 46.
So we should have 7 yes.
Opening this one for me.
Fragments as well. Those should be the same. Last time, possibly with the yes, biohazard warning.
Copper jackets. These are clothing. Yeah. What if it's 47 or 48? Did we have 47 or 48? Oh, hold on. You're right. It is 7. Let's go with 48. 7. Just take it from up. This one's 49 now. It's 47, 48, 47, 48.
Copper jackets. Is that what you said?
Copper jackets.
This was just simple. This was but this was
49 was.
so this doesn't appear to have
I'll reset it.
There's a black washer. We're just sending the same envelope, doesn't it? These cases, or saving casing, casing, casing. 53 cases.
What's it? 3 spent cases from December. So it's going to be 52, 53, 54. What are we looking at now?
Bullet fragments, the biohazard.
What's that? 55, 56. Already told you.
Yeah.
And 40 kilo. That's 58. Engineers. Right. 58 of the case. Four towels. One like each one. Scissors. Hold on. Oh, I got some scissors. You said you want to mark these individually? Yeah. Let me take them all out. Yeah. 60, 61, 60. Second? Yeah, no, we can put them back there. Which one? So 59, 60, 61, and 62 are the four titles. There's four of them. Sounds good.
That's up.
Sorry.
60.
The track prints.
I think it should be done.
Right, for the tire, there's the prints from the tire.
It just didn't make sense.
Maybe we can just mark on the outside. If you point it out, I'll print it out.
You can see this. You can see the light.
Okay.
But just for the record, it's clear that W. Castillo is opening up the entire cast, which we're gonna mark as State's Exhibit 63. We're leaving in the box.
For the tires. Go right over here.
There's room for that in there.
I don't know, did it just, I don't know. It's so tired and everything.
64.
And that's
Oh, okay.
you could take the stand again.
64 is the time.
Yes, sir.
May I continue with my line of questioning? So Deputy Castillo, for the record, we've marked several items of physical evidence with different exhibit numbers. Is that correct?
Correct.
And anything that was opened here today was opened by you. Is that also?
Yes, sir. To the some of these items were originally sealed, as you saw from the lab. Other items that had seals broken were broken in preparation for this trial.
Okay, but everything that we labeled here today and brought out, you have put in I guess a box or storage to bring up here,
Correct.
and nobody else has had access to this or moved it or anything.
Correct.
Okay. We're gonna go one by one real quick. Get each one on the record. But we have marked the H&K gun as State's Exhibit 36. I'm going to show it to you just so you can verify that that's what you brought with you today.
After opening the box, I do see one H&K P2000 pistol with one 12-round magazine.
Okay, and those are marked as State's Exhibits 36 and 37?
Correct.
There's a bag there. It's marked as State's Exhibit 38. From what you're seeing, do you know what that is?
I do not, sir. It was sent to the Texas DPS crime lab.
You might open that. We're gonna.
Next open the
For the record, that's State's Exhibit 37 that you're opening up. Yes, sir. One second.
Actually, no, we're not saying too.
minutes?
Yes.
So we don't have to bring the jury in and then excuse them again? Are we ready for them to come in and go forward?
Yeah, the question, he's the end of the chain.
The same thing we addressed here.
Yes.
Saw that done.
That's it. And then we're gonna be done with this witness.
Right. I'll just put that one back in here and put the box back up. I'll see if we put something in
And then,
All right, period.
maybe see. You may proceed, sir.
Not sure if I asked you this, jury was here. Did we say your name?
Roberto M. Castillo.
And what do you currently do?
I'm a sergeant with the Webb County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigation Division.
What are your duties at the Webb County Sheriff's Department?
My duties in that division include handling cases from time to time, assigning cases to my colleagues. I also assist in property management, evidence management.
In this case, what role did you play?
In this case, I was subpoenaed, I believe, sometime last week. I was requested of me to gather all the evidence, which had been previously secured by my partner. Gather it, make sure it was all there, make sure there weren't any issues, and then transport it here to Bexar County.
Okay. We've previously marked all the items that you. Well, let me ask you this one. Since you got subpoenaed, have these items been in your custody and control?
They have.
Okay. Were you the ones that brought all these items up from Webb County, Laredo?
I was with the assistance of 2 deputies from the Webb County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. When did you get into San Antonio with these items?
I got in at Sunday at approximately 10 a.m.
Where have these items been stored since you got it?
These items have been secured from that morning to this point in a room, a couple of courtrooms down, I believe. It's a walkway down.
Okay, and who has access to that?
Upon leaving, I relinquished the key to a sergeant with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, and I believe that key was given to court personnel.
Okay, and aside from that, do they give you back that key once you come back to the courtroom?
They do not.
Okay, when you need to request any evidence, do they give you the key and they go in with you?
They do. I go through the court to get that key to get access to the room.
Okay, back in Laredo, does everybody have access to this?
They do not. The property and evidence in Laredo is stored in a controlled access room. Access to get into the station where that is stored, you need card keys. Can be programmed and deprogrammed very easily. At that point, to get into the actual property room, you need a code. That's what makes it controlled access.
Okay, so we previously marked all these items as States Exhibits 36 through 64. Okay, is it your testimony here today that the items that I've marked as States Exhibits 36 through 64 have been in your care and control since you got subpoenaed and brought up from the property room in Laredo to here today in the courtroom in Bexar County?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witnesses.
Deputy Castillo. My name is Juan Francis Raymond Brooks, and we represent Mr. Ortiz. You mentioned that with regards to the property room in Webb County, that it's a controlled access area, correct?
Correct.
And then you said my partner has access, so we know you, Deputy Castillo, has access. Who else?
To my personal knowledge, on a daily basis, it would be my partner, Investigator Nanke. We're the ones that handle the processing of the evidence.
What about Ugarte?
Ugarte, when he was employed with the Webb County Sheriff's Office, I believe he did have access as well, sir.
Okay, so Ugarte is no longer employed with the Webb County Sheriff.
Correct.
And would those be the only 3 people?
I do not give out the access, but those have been the people, in my personal knowledge, that have had access, yes.
Okay, and when you say access, is it you have a key or is it a code?
It is a code that's entered on a numerical pad. The door is closed by an electromagnetic switch, so you can't open it without entering the code first.
And can just your average deputy, if you're in the front desk or whatever, I don't know where you would be, say, hey, can I access this? Do they walk in with you?
They would have to have a legitimate reason to want to walk in with me. It's not a free-for-all, at which point they would be escorted under my care or my partner's care. Whatever the business would be handled promptly as possible, and then they would be escorted out.
And with regards to then the custody here in Bexar County, once you transported it over here Sunday at 10, you said that you delivered it to a room here in the Justice Center on the Laredo Street here?
Yes, sir.
Somewhere right behind here in the courthouse?
In this building, sir.
In this building. And you secured it into, I guess, a room with a key?
Correct.
And then what happened with that key, you said?
That key was relinquished to the Bexar County Sheriff's officer that was assisting us for that morning, and I believe she turned that key over to the courts.
To the courts?
Yes, sir. Today, when I needed to access the firearm, the court was in possession of that key.
Well, the court, not the
I'm sorry. No, sir. Not the judge. Correct. Mr. Cruz, I believe.
The court office?
Yeah. Yes, correct.
Okay. And do you know who that sheriff's officer was? The Bexar County one?
Sergeant Rosie Johnson.
Now, when you collected all these things, it was pursuant to a subpoena by the DA's office. Is that accurate?
That is correct. Provided with a list of items that I needed to organize in the fashion that you see here in front of the judge.
And do you know how this property got? In other words, did you take possession of these items, whatever they might be, as they came into the property room?
I did not. I was not assigned to Criminal Investigation Division at that time. In the year of this case, I was not assigned to the division.
So, to your personal knowledge, other than what's written there somewhere, you don't know who took possession at the property room of any one of these items.
At this moment, I could not answer that question. I would have to refer to the labels.
And so you wouldn't personally, again, from personal knowledge, know how they got into the property room.
I mean, general personal knowledge would be that the protocols and procedures we follow as deputies. Yes, sir.
I know routine and habit, and I know protocols and all that. I'm talking about personal knowledge. You were not there when, let's say, item number 37, if it's in there, you were not there to see it come into the property room. You lack personal knowledge of that.
Correct.
No further questions.
Robert, Your Honor. You mentioned labels. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We store.
What do these labels contain?
The evidence, for the most part, is stored. Firearms are stored in cardboard boxes, and rifles are stored in cardboard boxes, etc., etc. They have pre-printed lines. It's not just generic. Example, brown paper bags you would find at your local grocer. Those lines have basic information one would enter as they recover the evidence: date, time, description, location, and more importantly, the officer that seized it.
Let me ask you this: if someone goes in and grabs an item and wants to inspect it, what are the policies and procedures that you follow to ensure the item is the same item that was recovered?
The policies and procedures that I follow is that the integrity of the evidence is protected at all times. First and foremost, we would issue latex gloves for the protection of the individual as well as the protection of the evidence. If there's any seals that are present, for example, as the case of the firearm, you will see red tape. Those constitute a seal. Those seals would be broken in our presence. Evidence would be examined. Whatever needed to be done would be done, at which point the evidence would be resealed in the same fashion with the tape marked evidence. And then to ensure that we know that that new seal has not been broken or compromised, we initial and date over the seal. So you have the tape and then you have the initials overlapping. So if they were to rip that tape off, and let me add to that, this tape is very, very thin. I mean, sometimes we rip it as we're just pulling it off of the self-adhesive little backing. So it's very, very delicate tape. It's specifically made for sealing evidence. And if it was tampered with in any which way, obviously the initials, anything with lines, would not match.
Okay, and does every piece of property, from your knowledge, in this case, have those identifying features?
That I saw, yes, sir.
Okay. We opened a few items here today prior from the jury coming in. Was that done to keep the integrity of the items that you had?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Has anyone else opened those? Like, if anything there is open, has anyone else opened that?
Anything that's open was may have been opened by myself, and one such example was prior to bringing the firearm into the court for.
Well, Your Honor, we're going to check, Your Honor, again, just find items.
Description of the item.
Oh.
We have to check the disregard, Your Honor.
The first exhibit was.
The jury will disregard the last statement by the witness.
Yes, for misdrawn.
That's. Yeah. Go ahead, continue.
For the safety.
What? Let's just say if an item was open today, okay, what would have happened if it wasn't opened by any of us or for the courtroom, or they had to be opened outside of the court?
Well, it was opened by me and make sure that it wasn't tampered with prior to that.
And what do you do to ensure that?
Make sure it's closed. Make sure I can't easily open it. I mean, any seals that are visible, make sure that those are still intact.
Is it your testimony that all the items that you brought here today have met that standard of integrity of nobody else tampering with them?
They have. I have not seen any alterations from the way I transported them.
But Deputy Castillo, let's say something's checked in to the property room by someone else, and then it needs to go out and be tested. Someone comes and checks it out.
To the best of my knowledge, personal knowledge, yes, sir. That is our system.
And if it's open, someone's supposed to initial it, right? Correct?
Correct.
Okay, now, just getting back to the issue, and that is that you did not personally check these things in, any number of things, into the property room, where you're the person that takes it in and puts it into the property. You did not do that with these items.
No, sir, I did not.
And if any of these items were taken out and sent out to the lab, you did not send them out.
No, I did not.
And then if it came back from the lab, you did not take it in.
In reviewing and preparing for this case, I did see some supplements that I did create where I did receive some of this evidence back from the crime lab that we sent items testing to. What that constitutes is when I show up, usually for evidence drop-off, personnel at that lab will say, hey, we have some evidence ready for return. Would you like to take custody of it at that time? Provided I have space, if it's large items, and I'm going straight back to the substation as opposed to into the field for a field interview or something like that, I will take custody of this evidence, promptly return to the substation, lock it back in our property room, and then create a small supplement just documenting what I just described. I saw 2 supplements where I received.
Wait for the next one.
No further questions.
Real quickly, how long have you been the custodian of the property there at Webb County, of all property?
I believe my memory serves me correctly, 2 years. I believe I got transferred in September.
Prior to that, was there someone else that also had that role?
My memory serves me correct. It was Investigator Nenke, Investigator Ugarte.
Okay, and you had mentioned Ugarte is no longer with Webb County, is that correct?
Correct.
Would it be safe to say that you assumed his role when you got moved to the property man?
When I was laterally transferred to this position that I hold now, he did take me under his wing, so to speak, for about a week and showed me ins and outs, how to drop off evidence and things of that nature. So yes, that would be safe to assume.
So the only thing that changed was the person taking care of the evidence and not the evidence itself.
Correct.
So in simple terms, you inherited the evidence.
Yes, sir. That would be the best way to describe it.
No further questions.
Yeah.
Nothing further, but nothing further.
You may sit down. Your seats for now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This witness is not excused.
Yes, you're not released from the rule yet. It's about you. You're still subject to the rule, and you have standby in case you recall to do it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Take for the next witness, please.
Call Brandon Stern.
Good afternoon. You're under the same oath you took on Monday. Thank you.
Is he good?
You may.
Please say your name for the record.
My name is Brandon Stern.
And Mr. Stern, what do you currently do?
I'm a deputy for the Webb County Sheriff's Office, Mental Health Division.
Okay, how long have you been a deputy with the Webb County Sheriff's Department?
A little over 4 years.
And get a little closer.
Is that better?
Yeah, and you can speak up a little more.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Stern, remind me, how long have you been with the Webb County Sheriff's Department?
A little more than 4 years.
When did you start working with the Webb County Sheriff's Department?
My hire date was August 13th, 2018.
Okay, do you know more or less the dates of when these events occurred in question?
No, I don't remember.
Okay, how long were you on the job when these things happened?
It was about 3 weeks.
What were your duties at that time, 3 weeks into the job?
So I just been sworn in about a week prior. So for that particular case, I was tasked to help Investigator Ugarte and Investigator Renke with evidence collection.
Okay, how did you help Investigator Renke and Ugarte with evidence collection? What was your role exactly?
My role was basically to learn and to watch what they did, ask questions as we went along, and basically we would go piece by piece, evidence one at a time, and they would tell me what they were doing, and I would just help them gather the evidence.
Did you observe both or either naked and Ugarte recover pieces of evidence for this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you participate in the recovery of that evidence as well?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember how many crime scenes you helped process?
3 crime scenes.
Okay. As part of your training, because at the time you were training, is that correct?
Yes.
As part of your training, can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it was that the investigators told you to do when you come across a scene like this in evidence collection?
So the first scene I had arrived at, I met with Investigator Ugarte and Captain Calderon, and they had told me that I was going to be helping Investigator Ugarte with evidence collection. And in speaking to Investigator Ugarte, he kind of explained to me, first, it's pictures. We document everything, we take pictures of everything that we see, and then we go from outside of the scene inside. And then once we get to the center of the scene, we kind of figure as the center of the scene best as we can, that we collect evidence from the inside out.
Did you do that in these 3 scenes that you mentioned?
Yes.
Did you take photos?
No.
Were you there when photos were being taken?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what the scenes looked like in all 3 of these crime scenes?
Yes.
Do you remember what evidence was recovered at these 3 scenes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's go to the first scene. You remember what you did at that first scene?
Yes.
Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it was exactly that you did?
So, like I said earlier, I had arrived there, spoke to Investigator Ugarte, spoke to Captain Calderon. They told me what my duties were going to be. So from there on, I basically stuck to Ugarte's hip, and he walked me through everything he did, and I helped him as much as I could. So when we first got there, we started taking pictures, documenting everything that we could as best as we could. And then once we got to the center of the crime scene, we marked everything that we thought was evidence, importance to the scene. And then we took pictures of everything that we marked. And then once everything was marked and photographed, we would gather the item, put it into the bag, label the bag, and move on to the next item.
Do you remember the scene of this, or the location of this first scene?
Yes.
And where was this?
That was on 255, Highway 255.
Is that in Webb County?
Yes, North Webb County, yes.
Is that in Laredo?
No.
Okay. You mentioned a labeling of the bag. What kind of information goes on that label?
So the way I was instructed, the way I was taught was first and foremost what it is, and then second where it was located, what time it was located, and then a case number, and then the initials of the individual that was collecting the evidence, and then that bag is closed and placed into a larger bag where the evidence is held.
Okay, so at the first scene, was that done with the physical evidence that was recovered?
Yes.
Yeah. Permission to approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you a few pieces of evidence. Now, for the record, we can keep track of movements. I'm going to mark this envelope as State's Exhibit 65. Okay. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 65?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, based on what you're seeing, how are you able to identify that this exhibit, State's Exhibit 65?
So, Webb County Sheriff's Office, we have a label printing machine that prints out basically the information that I said earlier, like what it is, case number, time and date, just general like a description of what the item is.
Okay, and is that label unique to the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
This one, yes, it is.
Like you'd be able to identify that being Webb County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that there were some items that are placed to keep the integrity of the evidence. Where it was located, the date and time. Is that what was done on this envelope?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to take out what's inside State's Exhibit 65. I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 47, 48, and 49. Okay. Do you recognize these three items?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember recovering those items or assisting in the recovery of said items?
Yes.
Okay. To be clear, when you recovered these items, were you the one that sent them off to be tested?
No, I was not.
Okay. Who does that?
That would have been Investigator Nenke or Investigator Ugarte.
Okay. But you do remember recovering these items from the second scene?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to return these items and place them back in State's Exhibit 65. You know, Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to admit into evidence State's Exhibits 47, 48, and 49. Any order of defense counsel for any objections? It's 47, 49. We're offering 47, 49, waiting for defense for any objections. It's going to go on offer 48.
Any objections to 47 and 49? Is 65 just the envelope?
Yeah, it's just what it came in, just for the record purposes. Now I'm showing them the envelope since it has all the labeling. May I take them off with
Yes, sir.
Deputy Stern, I'm Floyd Pettis, and I represent Mr. Ortiz. Okay, first of all, did you write police reports to memorialize the events that happened at this numerous crime scenes?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Do you have training in report writing?
Yes.
And the purpose to write reports is to put your memory to paper?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're telling us that in this or at least in this crime scene at Jeffries, you did not write a police report?
From the crime scene from Jeffries Road?
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay. And
the objection, this is from 255.
255 Jefferson, am I correct? Sorry. What's the location here? Okay. But let me ask you this. When you say, who was the crime scene, the chief crime scene investigator on this scene?
That would have been Investigator Ugarte.
Ugarte. And so, I'm just trying to figure this out, okay? First of all, where are your initials anywhere on these documents?
There are none.
They're not. Do you see any initials on there?
Yes.
And whose initials would you say those are? If you know for a fact.
No, I don't know for a fact.
Okay. So you don't know who put these items in these bags?
No, sir.
Okay. And this happened back in 2018. And for example, this item number 47, you're telling these 12 people that you went to 4 crime scenes and that you remember, was it Ugarte or Nenke? I'm sorry.
I went to 3 crime scenes, sir.
Okay, let's say 3. You're telling this jury that you have personal knowledge of where this item was collected out on that field. Is that what you're telling these 12 people?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know it was this item if you didn't initial it?
Based off my memory.
That's what you're going to go off.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if we go to exhibit number 49, are you telling this jury that, and you said, again, forgive me, but I don't remember right now, Ugarte was with you?
Yes.
Okay. You're saying to this jury and all of us that as Ugarte is leaning down, you're right there tied at the hip to him throughout this entire crime scene. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we've looked through your reports, and would you be surprised that your name isn't mentioned anywhere as being at this crime scene?
Would I be surprised?
Yes.
No, I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. And at this time that these things are being collected, you basically have no training in crime scene investigation.
I have a training in my police academy of evidence collection.
Okay. And with regards to the item inside, let's say 49, how do you know that this is the item that you collected there? Other than the someone else's unknown initials, how do you know that this is the item that was on the ground? Are your markings on it?
No, sir, they're not.
Does this look like any other spent bullet projectile?
It could, yes.
Okay. So from even this item, from your personal knowledge, you cannot tell us that this bullet fragment, this one inside this bag, is the one that was collected out of the scene where you were?
No.
Okay. And also, you don't know where it's been since the time that you saw it, if it is even that one. In other words, you don't know if it went to a lab.
No, I do not know.
Okay. We'd object to relevance at this time, Your Honor, and also to the chain of custody.
Were you offering 65 also?
Yes, Your Honor. We're going to go ahead and offer 65 now at this point as well, considering the questioning from defense counsel.
Have you showed him 65?
I'm going to show you again State's Exhibit 65. We've been talking about labels. Can you read what's on that label in terms of the description of the items inside? Now it's really faded.
It says deformed bullet from brain, copper jacket from hair, copper jacket from under the seat. I can't read that word.
So and what date does it have there? What's the corresponding date?
9/13 of 2018.
Okay. So and these items came from this bag, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you didn't send them out to the lab?
No.
Okay. How is it that you remember so well what you did that day without writing a report? And at this time, the state offers State's Exhibit 65. Sorry, before you mention. I may, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I showed you it was marked as State's Exhibit 65, right?
Yes.
This green sticker, is that one of yours?
I'm not familiar with it, no.
Okay, which one is yours?
That'll be the white one.
Okay, what is the purpose of writing this information down and labeling it on a package like this?
Just to identify what's inside the package.
Okay, how many times have you come across a scene and there are items that, you know, arguably could be, that are plain, that don't have an identifying mark, that are generic? Like, let's say a piece of candy. You know, if you just found a peppermint and I brought you just that peppermint and I asked you, is this the same one you found that day? How would you be able to tell me if I just showed you the peppermint and not a package like this?
I wouldn't be able to.
Okay, so this is the reason why you put these things on the label?
Yes.
To be able to identify those specific items you picked up that day?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you witnessed these items being picked up?
Yes.
How is it that you remember so well what items were picked up?
Well, it was a very big case. It was some things I'll probably never forget, just because just how early in my career this case happened. You know, just barely being introduced to law enforcement as a full-time law enforcement officer. This is probably the first case I've ever assisted on, ever worked on. So it's just tattooed in my brain the things that I did that day.
You had mentioned earlier, but how long were you on the job at this point?
3 weeks.
Had you investigated any other case of this magnitude?
None.
Okay. And you remember specifically the three crime scenes you did go to?
Yes.
Okay. Again, Your Honor, we're going to read the items in State's Exhibit 65.
Specifically with 47 and 49.
And 49, not 48.
Yes.
Yes.
So the record they're offering 47, 49, and 65. Not 48 at this time. The witness or witness?
Deputy Stern. Okay. Only because I couldn't tell from over there.
Okay.
The DA asked you, do you recognize a label of some sorts?
Yes.
As your label. Not your label, but what label do you recognize?
Like the Webb County Sheriff's Office label?
Well, they're all going to have Webb County Sheriff's Office label. What do you recognize about this item 65 that's unique?
That's unique. I recognize this as being the label that when things are put into evidence that Investigator Ugarte or Investigator Linkett print out and put on items.
Okay.
None of the other labels.
So this label you don't recognize?
No, that's right, I do not.
I asked you earlier about this label and that writing. Do you know whose writing that is?
No, sir, I do not.
There's more writing here. Do you recognize that writing?
No.
Okay. This initial on this green label, do you recognize that?
No.
This SMD 31119, do you recognize that?
No, sir.
Okay, so again, I'm just trying to figure out, other than a generic barcode that is fairly legible, honestly, what is unique about this envelope that you particularly recognize? It's just generic labels, right? I mean, honestly.
Okay, yeah.
So there's nothing unique. I mean, for example, if the person that is that initial, I'm just going to show it to the jury real quick. So if someone signs like that, if I show it to him, he goes, "Yeah, man, that's my sign." You see how he could say that's my sign?
Yes.
To that guy, but to you, nothing about this envelope is unique, right? It's just another evidence envelope, correct?
Yes.
Again, Your Honor, we're going to object that at this point through this witness, maybe through Doctor whoever, it'd be relevant, but at this point it's not relevant, and he doesn't start the chain of custody. That's our objection.
Your Honor, the state responded and goes to the weight and credibility of the evidence. It has been established that she was the one that was there to recover the evidence.
I don't object to arguments like that from the jury who wants to argue that.
And the defendant just did it right now. I'll just respond.
Well, oh, okay, well, then, you're doing the same thing. First thing.
Permission to publish, Your Honor, state's exhibits 47 and 49.
You put it through the Elmo or?
Yeah, we got this thing with it. Okay, I'm showing you state's exhibit 49.
47?
47, I'm sorry. Now, defense asked you if you were able to identify that just by looking at it, right? Okay.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you the state's exhibit 49. Same item you were asked earlier if you were able to identify it, correct?
Yes.
And you know, and to be clear, these initials are not yours, right? Figure out which one to go with, right? Those are not yours.
No, they're not.
Let me place this.
What?
What do you want me to place this? Your favorite?
Yeah, that's fine. I got these exhibits over there too.
All right. Moving on, Deputy Stern. We had talked that you were at the second crime scene, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember? You know what? We'll move past that. Did you go to a third crime scene?
When you say third crime scene to me, or
I guess, okay, let's go in chronological order.
okay,
What's the second crime scene that you went to?
on Highway 255.
Okay. Do you happen to know the name of that victim?
Mrs.
If you don't know that,
Yeah, it's still my mind. Yes.
okay. What was the condition? How did you find the victim when you first found her?
Your Honor, may we approach again, Judge?
Yep.
based on the bench conference, which started, are you tapping the witness subject to recall?
Your Honor, we're gonna have the line of questioning be paused at this moment and that, to be still on the roll, but allowed to, be recalled into the name as a witness. So at this time, we're gonna ask.
Tapping subject to recall, are there any, cross-examination questions at this time?
No, not really. As long as it's still available to me.
So you're excused for now, sir, but you're still, to be on standby, and you're still under the rule. You cannot be in the courtroom or watch any meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to call the next witness?
Can we approach,
Yes, sir.
You don't have your mic on, Mr. Evans.
Wait for the next witness. There'll be a few minutes. And then we'll give you about a 15-minute break this time for sure. Last time was a little longer than anticipated. And I'll just remind you not to discuss facts of the case, so watching this count.
All right to the jury.
Mr. Dario will be ready to go in 15 minutes. And the witness, or any longer?
Yeah, 15, I guess.
All right.
Yeah, 31.
me get them for you.
Well, you may be seated for now. You ready, sir? Does they have the next witness already?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and bring the jury in now.
All right, to the jury.
Okay.
You may be seated.
Honor the state calls Captain Federico Calderon.
Good afternoon, sir. You're under the same oath you took Monday. Yes. You may take your stand. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Federico Calderon.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed by the Webb County Sheriff's Office.
In what capacity?
I'm a captain at the Webb County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been with the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
since 2005.
Are you a certified peace officer?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a captain?
I've been a captain since 2015.
Scoot up and speak loudly into the mic.
I've been a captain since 2015.
What are your current duties?
My current duties, I oversee information technology, radio communications, and public safety technology, and border security operations.
I want to take you back to 2018.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that year?
Yes, I do.
Specifically, do you remember the month of September 2018?
Yes, I do.
And more specific than that, do you remember the day of September the 3rd of 2018?
Yes, I do.
Where were you employed at that day?
At the Webb County Sheriff's Office.
And what assignments or what division did you belong to?
I was the supervisor for the Criminal Investigation Division.
And as part of that division, what were your responsibilities on September the 3rd of 2018?
On September 3rd, 2018, we received,
What were your duties on September the 3rd, 2018?
my duties were investigating crimes against persons, crimes against properties, crimes that got reported to the Webb County Sheriff's Office.
Does that include murders?
Yes, it does.
Did you receive any reports of any bodies, lifeless bodies in Webb County on September the 3rd of 2018?
Yes, we did.
Were you on duty at that time?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so tell us how you received the report, how you got involved in this case.
We received a phone call, a 911 phone call of a lifeless body in northwestern Webb County and off of Jeffries Road. And the patrol division responded and called out the Criminal Investigation Division, which is when I show up.
You said on which road?
Jeffries Road?
And where is Jeffrey Road located? Is approximately how many miles from the city of Laredo?
Approximately 20 plus around there.
Would it be fair to say that it's in a rural area?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Approach.
Yes, sir. I'm going to show you where I marked as State Exhibit 66. Are you familiar with this exhibit?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with what it depicts?
Yes, I am.
And is it accurate?
Yes, it is.
And basically, what is Exhibit 66?
Exhibit 66 is a map of the locations of the bodies that were discovered during my investigation.
And you are the lead investigator in this case, in the case against Juan David Ortiz. Is that
For the Webb County Sheriff's Office,
for the
yes.
Webb? This investigation was a joint investigation.
Correct.
With what other agency?
The Department of Public Safety.
Is that DPS?
Yes.
More specifically?
The Texas Ranger Division.
The Texas Ranger Division. So you guys ran a joint investigation.
That is correct.
And as part of this investigation, how many murders were you tasked in investigating?
4.
Can you give me the locations of those 4 murders?
We had one off of Jeffries Road, one off of Farm to Market Road 255, and 2 off of IH 35.
Specifically?
The 22-mile marker and the 15-mile marker.
Okay. The geographical map here could be fairly described as a satellite image.
Correct.
And this will assist the jury in orienting themselves on the geographic location around Laredo, Texas.
North of Laredo, Texas, correct.
Where these crimes occurred.
Yes, sir.
So, I'm just going to hold this, Your Honor, this is the map towards the jury so the jury can see. We're going to offer this into evidence.
66, 66 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. Now, if you can swivel around.
Yes, sir.
On September the 3rd of 2018, you were on duty.
Correct. I was called into duty, yes.
You were called into duty. And what was that call regarding?
A deceased person.
Okay. What was the location of that deceased person?
The location was off of Jeffries Road where that yellow marker is.
Can
that
you
yellow
please
thumbtack.
point at it?
Yes, sir.
Right here. Okay. Did you have the occasion to arrive at that scene?
I personally arrived at that crime scene, yes.
Okay. Were you able to identify the deceased person at that crime scene?
Eventually, yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the name of that person?
Melissa Ramirez.
You write her name down there. Put it where you found her.
Where she was found?
Where she was found. Right there for now. My pen, please.
I'm sorry.
Thanks. Okay, so walk us through. You responded to Jeffries Road, correct?
Correct.
What was your role in this investigation?
I was the supervisor for the Criminal Investigation Division, and we investigated the deceased person. It was a death investigation
Was this inside or outside the city limits of Laredo?
outside the city limits of Laredo,
But within the county of Webb?
inside the county of Webb, correct?
So it fell within the sheriff's jurisdiction.
That is correct.
So what is the first thing you do when you get to the crime scene?
We start processing the scene, looking for evidence and taking pictures.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you saw. And tell us what time you arrived and what you observed.
I arrived sometime after, I don't recall exactly, it might have been 8 a.m. Actually, no. May I refer to my note and I can tell you exactly when I arrived?
Would it help you refresh your memory to look at
Yes. Yes, sir. Shortly after noon.
Shortly after 12 noon.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so take us back to that day. Take the jury back there and tell us what it is that you did as a lead investigator.
We began photographing the crime scene. We began looking for any evidence that was left behind. We photographed the body, the injuries to the body. We call out the medical examiner, and we picked up any evidence that we later send off to the lab for processing, like shell casings and anything she might have had in her hand.
Let's be more specific.
Yes, sir.
Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the actual location, the road.
It's a dirt road.
It's a dirt road.
It's a dirt road off of a farm to market road, and there's not very heavily populated. There's not many people out there.
So it's a desolate area.
Correct.
Where is the body located in proximity to the dirt road?
On the side of the road, right by the fence line.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the condition of the person when you arrived. And I'm talking about how they were dressed, what position they were in, all the details.
Wearing shorts, no shoes, face down in the dirt, clutching a bag of M&Ms, and apparent head trauma was seen from where we were standing before the medical examiner turned over the body. You could see head trauma, and there were shell casings around the body.
There were shell casings.
Correct.
How many shell casings?
We recovered 2 that day. 2 shell casings that day.
Why do you say that day?
We went out the day after and continued looking to canvass the area, and we recovered a 3rd shell casing.
So from crime scene of Melissa Ramirez, first day, 2 shell casings. Second day, 1 shell casing.
That's correct.
What do you personally do with the evidence?
While we're investigating, we mark items of interest, and we have our CSI officers photograph and recover. Evidence technician, CSI officer.
CSI officer.
Crime scene investigator.
Crime scene investigator.
Correct.
At that time, who was your crime scene investigator?
We had Deputy David Nenke and also Mr. Ugarte, Jose Ugarte.
What is Deputy Nenke's status today? Right now?
Right now, he's injured. He recently had surgery.
What is Ugarte's status at this moment?
He works for another agency in Laredo. He works for the Texas A&M University Police Department.
Nevertheless, they were charged with processing through their CSI duties the crime scene, correct?
Correct.
And you, as the one of the lead investigators, directed them to the evidence that ultimately was photographed and collected.
That is correct, yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Share your mic. Share the mic with Mr. Pettis. Share it.
Oh.
an approach. Yes.
Captain, I'm going to ask you to look at States Exhibit 67 through 83 that I have marked.
Yes, sir.
Have you had the opportunity to look at these photos
Yes, I have.
before this?
Yes, I have.
Do these photos accurately depict what is contained within this photo
That is correct. Yes.
on that specific day that you arrived at that area in Webb County?
That is correct. Yes.
And have they been altered in any way?
No.
Yeah, I think the witness over that.
You may.
Captain Calderon. So, what's depicted in States Exhibit 67 through 83, you personally observed all this?
I was there. Yes, sir. I personally observed that.
Okay.
All right, State Exhibits 67 through 83 are being offered.
Yes, Your Honor, 67, 83 is being offered by the state.
They'll be admitting it there at this time.
Okay, Captain, I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 67. Notice where what we're seeing here.
You're seeing Jeffries Road and Melissa's body off to the right, mid road.
That's over right over here. Is that
That's correct, yes.
so? Her body was discovered by who?
By some of the people who live in the community that are out there, the little ranch homes that are out there.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 68. What color of top was she wearing?
10,
And shorts?
black,
Was she wearing shoes?
no sir.
You testified that you personally observed casings.
Yes sir.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the characteristics of those casings.
They were 40 caliber shell casings from a weapon, brand being Federal cartridge.
How do you know they were Federal cartridge?
I saw them.
And when you saw them, how do you know they're Federal, not Winchester?
I'm familiar with different brands of ammunition, and it's an ammunition brand I'm familiar with.
Does it say Federal on the case?
FC or Federal.
Okay. How many casings did you see?
We saw 2.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 83. What are we seeing here?
You're seeing a shell casing that we found the second day, the day we went out there the second time to canvass the area. It's a 40 caliber shell casing, yes sir.
How far from the body was this casing?
Not far at all. Feet, a couple feet maybe.
Was it to the right or the left of the body? Just if you remember.
I don't remember where that one was in relation to the body. It was, I remember it was away from the body, but I can't tell if it was right or left.
State's Exhibit 77.
That is a picture of some of the blood, and what's marked with marker number 2 is another 40 caliber shell casing.
Was that casing similar to casing number 1?
Yes, there it was.
And it belonged to what type of weapon?
A 40 caliber weapon.
And is that the casing right there?
Yes, sir, that's the casing right there.
And what was the location of this casing in proximity to the body?
Same, couple feet away. Very close.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 79. What do we see? What are we looking at here?
The tent mark number 3, the yellow tent, is showing the 40 caliber shell casing that we found, the second one we found that day.
That's it right there.
That is it right there, yes, sir.
So total, how many casings were recovered from this scene?
3, sir.
3. All of them being 40 caliber.
40 caliber Smith & Wesson Federal cartridge, yes. Ammunition brand.
State's Exhibit 80. What are we looking at here?
We marked what appeared to be some sort of drug with marker number 4, that white rock with a little plastic around it, or next to it.
In your training and experience, what would that be?
It looks like crack.
It's Exhibit 82. What is this?
Some tire imprints left by the thing near the body.
Did you conduct any analysis, being the one of the head investigators, did you try to obtain an analysis of these tire tracks?
Yes, we did. We asked for the tire tracks to be photographed and casted.
Casted.
Yes, sir.
Were you successful in pulling a readable cast?
Not myself, but yes, it was done.
As part of the investigation of these murders, how many casts were taken? For how many crime scenes?
I recall 2 casts from 2 crime scenes.
Okay. On the first crime scene, were you able to make a match with any vehicles?
I don't recall.
Crime scene 2, any of the other crime scenes, was there a match able to be made?
Yes, there was.
On crime scene 1, was there a successful match made?
I don't recall. I'd have to review my notes. Crime scene notes.
Do you want to review your notes on it? Never mind. I'll withdraw that question. Do you recall one of the cats breaking and being untestable?
Yes, the very first one we made.
The very first one you made. What is this?
Another set of tire tracks.
So this would have been the first set of casts would have come from this crime scene, correct?
The first set of casts would have come from that crime scene, correct?
So ultimately, that cat would have broken.
Yes.
So you were unsuccessful in making this cast readable.
Correct. On the first one, yes.
Okay. The second cast was done when?
For the crime scene, or
the other cast of the other crime scene was done when?
the day we discovered that body?
Would you have remembered the date on that second one?
Same month of the September 13th in the morning.
September 13th.
Yes.
Do you remember the name of that victim?
Claudine Loera.
Your Honor, the state intends to publish photos of the victim that are graphic in nature, and I know that there's live stream footage that's taking place for the benefit of the media, in case they want to take any measures with these photos that I'm about to publish. I would like the court to.
Yeah, I just have you all to use some discretion on how and what you publish.
So the following items are the victim in this case and how you found her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This first image, it's the one that you said when you got there, she was found face down.
That's correct. That's what she looked like when we found her.
And that was exhibit 76 of the record?
State's Exhibit 76. What do we see here?
Same scene from another angle, the side shot.
The direction of the blood, is that a slope, or why is it pooled in that manner?
It's a slight slope downward toward the fence.
Did you have the occasion to approach the body?
Yes, I did.
And based on your training, how many years at this time were you an officer?
In 2018, 13, 14, 13,
13 years?
13.
In that time that you had the occasion to see people who had been murdered or killed?
Yes, I have.
Did you attempt to see if she had suffered any injuries and where those injuries were located?
Without disturbing the body, yes, we looked to see what we could find before the medical examiner got there.
Okay. Based on your training and experience, what could you determine?
That she had head trauma, and it appeared that she had been shot.
Shot in the head.
Correct.
Once you just mentioned the medical examiner. Once the medical examiner arrived, what do they normally move the body?
All the time. They turn the body over, feel the cranium, feel the scalp, and feel for all the bullet holes, and give us information that we can use in our investigation.
So that they do that there while you were there?
Yes.
Okay. So the medical examiner got there, and you just testified they frequently turned the body.
Mm-hmm.
Did they turn Melissa over?
Yes, it did.
What did you determine when they turned her over?
She had a trauma to her head that appeared to have been caused by gunshots.
That was 73 for the record?
73 for the record. I'll show you State's Exhibit 70. What did she have clenched in her hand?
A bag of M&Ms.
That's State's Exhibit 70. State's Exhibit 71. That bag of M&Ms was being held by her in a tight fist?
Correct.
In your training and experience, what does that indicate to you?
I've seen that before when people have head trauma before they die.
What does that mean?
Before they die, when people get shot or when they have head trauma, sometimes they clench their hands and they stay clenched.
The evidence that was gathered from this crime scene amounted to what? What was actually gathered? Everything that was combed? Or?
Everything that was coned that you see there, the shell casings, and what wasn't coned as well, the M&Ms and everything she had on her.
Okay, did she have any personal belongings on her?
No cell phone or anything like that, no.
She had no personal belongings on her?
No.
An ID?
No ID.
How were you able to determine her identity?
Eventually, she had her fingerprints checked, and they came back to her.
Based on the 911 call when her body was seen, were you able to gather any information to begin your investigation?
From the 911 calls, yes,
And what information was that?
that there was a pickup truck that was near the area of the body, very close, and the person who saw that followed it and got the license plates of it and reported that to us.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what did you do with that information and the license plate of that person?
We tracked down the owner of the vehicle and we conducted an investigation, interviewed him, went to the house, and we actually conducted the interview at the house of his family who was with him. We checked his room, we checked his truck. We did anything we do in a normal police investigation.
Did you, as part of that investigation, did you request any assistance from any state or other federal agencies to determine or get the license plate reader?
Since the family or the person who had seen the truck took a picture of it, that was something that we could run through normal means. We run the license plate and it comes back to the owner and the address.
So you found the individual and you all brought him in.
Yes, sir.
When I say you all, that is you and the Texas Ranger?
That is correct.
Okay. You conducted a search of his home?
Yes, I did.
You checked weapons that he owned?
Yes, I did.
What else did you do?
We interviewed him and we interviewed his family members who were with him at the time.
Ultimately, were you able to establish probable cause to arrest this individual for the murder of Melissa Ramirez?
We were not able to establish probable cause to arrest him for the murder of Melissa Ramirez, no.
So that person was basically released. He was never arrested.
He was never arrested, no.
Just investigated.
He was investigated, that's correct.
At that time, was there any other suspects in this case of Melissa?
At that specific time, we began canvassing the area that Melissa frequented, and we started doing police work and getting names and checking addresses and checking on people.
Let me back up. The body from the crime scene on Jeffries Road of Melissa, who took possession of her body?
Dr. Stern, the medical examiner?
Was a full autopsy conducted of Melissa Ramirez's body?
Yes, it was.
Did Melissa Ramirez have a criminal history?
Yes, she did.
You testified that you went to the area where she was known to frequent.
Correct.
And what area is that?
San Bernardo in Laredo.
What happens on San Bernardo Avenue?
It's a place known for prostitution and drug use, stuff like that.
How many people, if you recall, that you made contact with, interview, bring in, question in Melissa's case?
Between field interviews and bringing people in, high 20s, maybe 30, give or take, high 20s.
Was at any time during your investigation of Melissa Ramirez, was Juan David Ortiz preliminarily a suspect?
Preliminarily, no.
Was he anywhere on your radar?
No, not initially, no.
So what happens after September 3rd while you're investigating the murder of Melissa Ramirez?
On the 13th in the morning, we get a phone call. I get a phone call saying that there was another deceased female. Initially, they thought it was a auto pedestrian accident, but when the officers arrived, they saw that it was a similar crime scene to what we had with Melissa Ramirez, and that's when they called the Criminal Investigation Division out because it was not an auto pedestrian accident. It appeared to have been another murder.
Okay. So you have a second murder on your hand.
Yes, sir.
that you were assigned?
Yes, sir.
This second murder scene. I'm going to direct you again to State's Exhibit 66. And please describe geographically in relation to the first crime scene where this crime scene is.
A very short distance away off of Farm to Market 255,
When you say short distance, an approximation.
a couple of miles tops. Very short.
Couple of miles?
If that. It's a very short distance. It's
Okay, so you said that Melissa Ramirez was on this Jeffries Road.
on the yellow thumbtack, yes.
Okay. And if you could write down, did you get the name, identify the name of the second?
Claudine Loera.
Okay, can you write her name down? And can you put that on State's Exhibit 66? Under. So the first murder's on Jeffries Road on September the 3rd.
Correct.
The second murder is on 255, which is not far from.
Not far at all, no.
Okay. Please tell us what similarities, if any, did you, as lead investigator, as co-lead investigator, find between crime scene 1 and crime scene 2?
To begin with, they were both prostitutes with criminal histories. There were the same type of shell casings, 40 Smith & Wesson, at both crime scenes. And they worked in the same area as each other, off of San Bernardo.
Anything else regarding where the injuries were located?
All the injuries were above the shoulders, head, gunshot wounds.
So crime scene 1, female, works in prostitution, shot in the head.
Correct.
10 days later, female 2, works in prostitution, shot in the head.
I'm gonna keep leading on.
Sorry, I'm just repeating.
Ask the question again.
Okay, so those, you had those similarities, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask you, tell the jury what you did. What's the location specifically named on this crime scene?
FM 255, or they call it Camino Colombia also.
Known as the toll road?
Toll Road 255, yes.
Is that located within the city limits?
No, that's north of Laredo in Webb County.
In Webb County?
Correct.
Falling under the sheriff's jurisdiction?
That is correct.
What do you do on this case, on that day?
On that day, I arrive at the crime scene. By the time I arrive, the body's already gone. And there's stuff all over the place from what appeared to have been her purse and some of her other stuff, her shoes. There was blood and other stuff left in a trail as if she had dragged herself. And we began going through everything, looking through everything, and taking photographs. Same thing as in the first case, taking photographs, picking up the evidence that we found.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking in State's Exhibit 84 to 101. I ask you to look at these photos.
Have you had an opportunity to review these exhibits?
Yes,
Do these exhibits fairly and accurately depict what's contained within them?
yes, they do.
And more specifically, do they accurately represent what you saw on FM 255 on September the 13th
Yes, they do.
of 2018?
Yes, they do.
We would object to,
I'll withdraw. I'm gonna offer at this time States Exhibit 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 94, 95, 97, 98, 99, 100, and 101.
no objections to those exhibits.
All right, state exhibits 84 through 90, exhibit 94, 95, 97 through 101 are admitted into evidence.
Now, you said something in your testimony that by the time you got there, that Claudine was no longer there.
That is correct.
Why is that?
She was still alive. So the EMS had taken her to the hospital where she died at the hospital.
So she passed away at the hospital.
Correct.
Who found or who discovered Claudine?
Passerby. Truck driver.
Truck driver?
Yes.
Describe the location for the jury of where she was found in relation to the road or the highway. Or
Off the road, a few feet off the road, also into the grass shoulder area.
Based on your training and experience, was she killed somewhere else and left there, or was she killed there at that location?
I'm gonna object to speculation of.
I'm asking.
Well, sustain the fact, please.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted in State's Exhibit 87. What do we see here?
You're seeing part of the crime scene off to the right.
Her body was found in the grass or on the asphalt?
In the grass.
How many casings do you recall being recovered at this location?
I recall 2. May I look at my notes to give you an answer? May I look at my notes?
Yeah.
I recall 2.
Will that help
Sure.
you
Yes.
with your memory?
Yes, 2 casings.
What is it then? Yeah. This is Exhibit 84.
That's what the crime scene looks like when I got there, with the exception of the markers, but that's what the crime scene looks like.
What is that? What are those black? What is that black object in the center of the?
The one near number 5, those are her shoes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 86. What does this show?
Different angle.
State's Exhibit 89.
That's one of the shoes that was photographed from the other picture you showed me.
What is that? What is that underneath her shoe?
Blood.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 95. All this.
That's stuff that we found around the area in one of the purses and in the general area scattered. Some of it was scattered, some of it was in her purse.
We'll show you State's Exhibit 85. What is this? Do you recall what that is?
I can't recall what they're photographing.
What is this up here?
The whole area there had blood all over the place. It's hard to see from the picture, but the area was smeared with blood.
Can you tell us what State's Exhibit 90 contains?
A picture of a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson casing.
Also, what brand?
Federal cartridge.
Talked about casting. Did your team perform a casting in this location?
Yes, they did.
What was that of?
Some tire imprints that were close to the side of the road.
What is State's Exhibit 99?
The tire imprint.
State's Exhibit 98.
Difficult to see, but same thing.
What is being done in State's Exhibit 101?
That's a plaster mix, a kit that they mix up and they pour into the imprint that it leaves so they can lift an impression of the tire track.
And tell us what what was done with this cast?
It was recovered and put into evidence.
One of the lead investigators, what ultimately was done with that cast?
It was compared to the other evidence or other imprints we had, or the tire rolling we had.
The tire rolling performed as part of your investigation.
Correct.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is that? What's a tire rolling?
It's use a flat surface and you roll a vehicle over clean media to leave a tire imprint on it, so you can get a clean and precise imprint of the tire.
Was that done in this case with the 2015 Dodge that belongs to Juan David Ortiz?
Yes, it was.
What was done with that sample and the plaster?
They were sent off to the Department of Public Safety.
What was done at the Department of Public Safety?
They do their analysis there, their comparison analysis.
So it didn't just stay in your evidence room?
No.
They get sent off for analysis?
Yes.
And did you receive a report from that analysis?
A report was received. I didn't receive it personally. That would have been received by the technicians who sent it out. But yes, a report was received by the department.
Very well. Now, this date is September the 13th, correct?
That is correct, yes.
10 days after the first murder.
Correct.
What, if anything, are you doing in your investigation at this point?
We go through the pocket trash, if you will, and whatever was in her purse left on the scene. The phones, start getting names, and go through the pictures to see where she had been recently. And when we found out that it was Claudine Loera, we had actually been looking for her in reference to Melissa's death. We had been looking for her.
You say we've been looking for her as a suspect. You're looking for her. What do you mean looking for her?
As somebody who had last seen Melissa. One of the people who had last seen Melissa.
You were looking for her to help you in Melissa's murder.
That is correct, yes.
Where were you looking for her?
In that San Bernardo area. The same area they worked.
Were you all familiar with Claudine?
She had a criminal history, yes.
What type of criminal history did she have?
I don't recall off the top of my head, but between the victims, there were theft, substance abuse, possession, assault, stuff like that. Prostitution also.
Drug-related crime.
Drug-related prostitution and theft, stuff like that.
Did you make any headway in the investigation of Claudine's murder?
We got back to doing police work, interviewing people, and we were in the process of interviewing people, picking people up, bringing them back, debriefing them to see who had last seen her, who she had been with, that type of stuff.
So at this point in time, you testified that you already have two murders, similar locations, with similarities.
Correct.
Do you have any opinions at this time during that moment? What were your thoughts?
At the time, I thought that we were probably dealing with the same.
It's opinion evidence on the son of this.
You hear the question?
My question is, what was his opinion regarding two crimes at that time?
Well,
as far as them being related, or we've gone over the similarities. I'll withdraw that question. Let me back up a little bit. You testified that one person was thoroughly investigated for the murder of Melissa Ramirez.
Correct.
And that person, there was insufficient probable cause to arrest that person.
Correct.
Were there any other people being looked at as suspects in the case of Melissa Ramirez?
Yes, there were.
How many people were being looked at as legitimate suspects of Melissa Ramirez?
Off the top of my head, there was a few. There was 3, maybe, I think, 2 or 3. I don't remember off the top of my head the exact number.
Okay, but at least 2, tops 3
Around there.
possible suspects.
Yes.
Were you able to develop any probable cause on any of these 2 or 3 possible suspects?
No, we weren't.
You testified earlier that you had already made contact on September the 13th up to maybe 30 people already in that first investigation, correct?
Yes, on the street, field interviews, talking to different people.
We've already gone over the similarities between crime scene 1 and crime scene 2, correct?
Yes, we have.
You mentioned how they were shot, where they were, their drug abuse. What is happening on, if anything, on September the 14th? What are you doing on that day?
We're actively looking for leads on Claudine and Melissa, but we were following up some leads on Claudine, the last person Claudine was seen with.
Where was this, when you say actively working, what does that mean?
That we were interviewing people at our station, and we were having investigators go out and talk to different people and check people's whereabouts.
Do you remember what day of the week this was when you were on September the 14th?
Friday?
A Friday.
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened that Friday afternoon that you were actively working in the system?
That Friday evening, we were at the station. Actually, we had people there that we were interviewing, and we received a phone call that from a trooper who was at a gas station in North Laredo, and the trooper said that he had just run into somebody who we might want to speak with because he felt it was related to our investigation.
Up until this time, tell me what time more or less did this call come in from that trooper?
May I look at my notes?
Would it help you?
Yes. It was evening around 9 p.m., give or take.
Approximately 9 p.m.
Approximately, yes.
What was your location on 9 p.m. on that Friday, September the 14th, 2018?
I was at the sheriff's office substation located off of Highway 59.
You received that report that you just testified to by a woman that the trooper says you may want to talk to, correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, happens after that?
The trooper shows up with the person at the substation, and we begin to interview her and talk to her.
Tell us the name of that person.
Erica Peña.
When she arrived, okay, up until this point, investigation, first murder, September 3rd, 2018, second murder, September 13, 2018, it's September the 14th, 2018, 9 p.m., is Juan David Ortiz on your radar?
Up until which point?
Up until 9 p.m. on September the 14th, 2018, is he on your radar?
No, he's not.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury Erica's demeanor when she arrives.
She was crying. She was scared. She was shirtless. She had a bra on, but she didn't have a shirt. So we got her a shirt from the substation there.
Can you speak louder?
Yes, sorry. She was crying. Seemed scared. She wasn't wearing a shirt, so we got her a shirt from the substation, and it was raining on and off that night.
What was her emotional state?
She was crying. She was scared.
Was scared.
She was very scared, yes.
During the time that she was scared, did she tell you what had happened?
Yes, she did.
What is it that she told you happened?
You know, get the ear, so you over.
Excited utterance, John? She was brought in. She was scared. Brought in as by the trooper, making.
We heard the testimony. What, you want to respond to that at the bench?
Well, yeah, but.
Go ahead and approach if you want.
Judge, can you, just 1 second. It's showing me that these batteries are going down.
She appeared to be scared. She was crying.
Was she scared or not scared?
She was scared. She was crying. She was
What level of
terrified.
scared was she? On a scale of 1 to 10, how scared was she?
Terrified. She said that she almost got killed.
Did she provide you information?
Yes, she provided me information
What type of information did she provide?
that she had been assaulted.
Okay, did she provide you information on any vehicle?
Yes,
What type of vehicle?
a white oil field type pickup truck, Dodge.
Dodge?
Dodge.
Did she specify anything else detailed about the truck? Because you're saying white Dodge, is there anything else as far as how many doors it has?
She said it was a big oil field type truck.
She provided for you. You said that you just testified that. I don't know what did you say? She had a gun pointed at her face, or what did she say?
That she had been assaulted with a handgun.
Did she provide information on who the person was that assaulted her with a handgun?
She said it was a David who assaulted her.
So the answer is yes. She provided information
She provided information, yes,
on the person.
on the person.
What information was that?
The information was that,
You said it was Dave.
yes,
She provide for you, or did we able to find out in your investigation a location where this may have occurred?
eventually, yes.
And eventually, were you able to identify the location where the subject lived?
I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Where the subject lived,
Yeah, correct. We were.
and where was that address?
That address was 204 Burr Oak.
That location, were you able to determine who what's located on that location?
204 Burr Oak is Mr. Ortiz's house.
Mr. Ortiz?
Was Mr. Ortiz's house.
How were you able to verify that?
Through investigative means and through the Webb County Appraisal District.
At the time that you were, you interviewed Erica, correct?
Yes, I did.
How long did that interview with Erica last?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Did she mention to you Melissa or Claudine?
She did mention both Melissa and Claudine.
After, did she accompany you to the house of Juan David Ortiz?
Yes, we located the house and she accompanied us there. Yes.
What, if anything, did you do when you located the house of Juan David Ortiz?
When we located the house, we backed off and we started trying to find out who Juan David Ortiz was.
John or Juan?
Juan David Ortiz, I'm sorry.
Did you get off at the house? Or
Not at that time, no. No, we didn't. I didn't know anything about who the person was, so we tried to figure out more about who the person was.
were you able to find out more about the person?
No.
Eventually, what did you find out about Juan David Ortiz?
Eventually, later on, we found out the full name, and eventually later on that night, we found out that he was a federal agent.
Okay, but you said that there was a bolo put out?
Yes.
Okay, but a bolo, were you able to determine what vehicle it was?
Yes. Through our...
In addition to the ownership of the house, you also determined the vehicle that he drove?
Yes.
Okay.
Vehicle that was registered to him.
Okay, and what did that information contain?
The make and model of the vehicle and the license plate.
Okay, and what did you do with those three things?
We put it out to the troopers that were on the highway and our deputies.
Okay, so give us an approximate time when this is going. What time?
Which part?
The part where you're putting out the bolo.
Probably around midnight, give or take.
What if anything happened after midnight?
After midnight, we received information that the troopers had found the pickup truck at a gas station.
The white Dodge.
The white Dodge pickup truck with a license plate that belonged to Mr. Ortiz.
You recognize Mr. Ortiz?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify him here in the courtroom with an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, he's wearing a black jacket and glasses.
Where's he seated?
He's seated next to his attorney. There.
The record reflects he's identified as the defendant. So you receive information that that contact has been made with the vehicle.
Correct.
Approximately at what time does this occur?
Might have been about half an hour after we put up, maybe 12:30ish, approximately.
12:30 in the morning.
Sometime after 12:30 is
So we're now on September
15th.
15th.
Correct.
What if anything happens after 12:30 in the morning?
We get word that there's a foot chase, and we are headed in that direction to go see what's happening.
Second. Did Erica describe to you the relationship that she had with this guy David?
That she knew him.
I'm asking, did she discuss with you the relationship she had with this guy?
So you asked me yes or no, not a description.
Correct. I didn't ask to tell us. I asked yes or no. Did she? Can I ask that question, Dick?
Yes, just answer the question, Rosina. So yes or no question.
Can you
Can you
repeat the
repeat the
question?
question?
Please, yes.
Did she tell you or explain to you the type of relationship that she had with this guy named David?
Yes.
What type of relationship?
Well, I'm not objecting to saying you remember.
It's the same.
Did she tell you if she had been seeing this guy on a regular basis?
I'm gonna get to reading. And hearsay.
How many times, if any, did she say that she saw David?
I'm gonna get to hearsay, Robert.
Overruled.
How many times, you can answer, how many times, if any, did she say that she had seen this guy David?
Several.
You say several. Can you give me, is it more than 5?
That it was a common thing. Yes, several. More than 5.
What type of work did Erica do?
She was a prostitute.
When somebody points a gun at somebody's face, is that a crime?
Yes, it is.
He reported to you that David had pointed a gun at her.
Yes, she did.
You familiar with Erica having a record for drugs or drug possession?
Yes, I am.
And how would you describe that record or her criminal record in general?
I don't understand the.
Did Erica have a criminal record?
Yes, she did.
How big of a criminal record did she have?
She had been arrested several times.
Let's go back to the foot chase. What eventually happens with the foot chase?
I arrive on scene. and get briefed that they had encountered him, Mr. Ortiz, at the gas station. When they tried to make contact with him, speak with him, he took off running, and they chased him down the road on San Bernardo to a complex that housed the hotel and some other small businesses.
Was he eventually arrested?
Yes, he was.
Where was he found?
He was found in the parking garage of the hotel on that complex, the Ava Hotel,
Specifically,
inside the back of a pickup truck on the top level of the parking garage at the Ava Hotel.
was he injured in any way?
No.
At the time that he's arrested, you have occasion to go back and inspect his vehicle.
I did not know.
Where was his vehicle at this time?
At the gas station.
You know, personal knowledge of any other law enforcement agency going and inspecting his vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, what agency did that?
The troopers from DPS.
DPS would have gone and secured the vehicle.
Yes, they were over there while we were looking for Mr. Ortiz. They were with the vehicle.
So let's just first talk about the vehicle. The vehicle, what happened to the vehicle? What happened to the white dot?
It was left at the gas station when he took off running.
After Ortiz is apprehended, he's arrested, put in a patrol unit,
Mhm.
and where is he taken to?
To the substation.
Okay, so he's taken to the substation. What happens to his vehicle?
His vehicle gets impounded by DPS.
DPS.
They send it to the substation.
Whose substation?
The sheriff's office substation off of 59.
That's where you were conducting your investigation.
That's where I was stationed at that time, yes.
So the vehicle's towed by a tow truck, tow company,
Yes,
to your substation.
correct.
And what is done with the truck when it arrives at the substation?
They park it under one of the bays. And the tow truck leaves it there, the driver leaves it there and hands it over to us.
And what do you all as a law enforcement agency do? You all secure it, keep it there? What happens?
That particular one, we secured it there while we took care of everything else that was happening around that time.
Did you at any time give an order to search that vehicle?
I didn't, no. I was not involved in the search of that vehicle, no. I was tied up with other tasks.
Was that vehicle part of the overall investigation? Was that vehicle eventually searched?
Yes, it was.
Who was the other agency working the case with?
DPS, Texas Rangers.
Texas.
Yes.
Was a weapon eventually found in that vehicle?
Yes, it was.
Was that weapon secured?
The weapon was secured, yes.
Also, you were aware that Juan David Ortiz ran away from the officers and ran away from his vehicle.
Correct.
He ran away from the
So I'm
squad.
objecting lack of personal knowledge.
He'd already answered that. So again, you already have, you were already part of the investigation. You're already aware that he ran from the strike.
Yes, there was a foot chase. Correct.
He ran from Troopers Bradshaw and Troopers O'Grady.
Yes.
And he ran from his truck.
Yes.
He's arrested at the Ava Hotel,
Correct.
hiding in the back of a pickup truck.
Correct.
Give me a second. If Jordan needs to step out, you can step out for a few minutes. If it's everyone, okay. And then we need to use the rest. 1 second. We're gonna break in 10 minutes. We're gonna recess, but if we're gonna take a break, I might come back in and then break. But it's minor, not discuss the facts of the case. I got a message that one of the jurors needs to step out, but
Okay.
it looks like most of them. But go ahead, Mr. Medina.
4 or 5.
And so we'll just get Mr. Perez in, just so I can make that announcement, so we bring the jury in. We're talking. Mike, wait for my cue. We're waiting. We're waiting on the attorneys. Wait for me to tell you. If they're booked to hear. Well, no need to be seated. I'm going to just introduce the jury for the day. We're going to recess. I can tell you approximately 5:30. We're going to just reset at this point, 5:25, according to that clock. I'll ask you to please be here by 8:30 tomorrow. We'll work 5:30, 5:45. Expected. Okay. I'll just remind you not to discuss the facts of the case and not to welcome any of the counts regarding this case. Thank you. Here's you.